I think we're live. Let me just check here. One sec. Oh, let me just change the title. Sorry. One sec. There we go. Updated the title. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. Just open this here. We do not have the video feed yet, so I'm hoping that the video feed yet, so I'm hoping that the video feed yet, so I'm hoping that the video feed yet. But yeah, we'll have to wait for that. The round should be starting soon, so just waiting here. Yeah. Let me just check if the video feed is already working or not. Let's see here. Nope. Make a announcement in the Discord that we're live. Here we go. Live on Dojo for commentary for Kostya. Okay. Well then, welcome in everyone. We are gonna be looking at Kostya's. I think it's the 6th round, right? Yeah, 6th round. Currently 3.5 out of 5, as you can see. And we're playing a Ukrainian underrated player. He has already beaten a 2340 FM through a 2400 IM. And I'm not sure what happened in the 5th round. He played like a 2350 FM. And as you can see here, and there was no result. So I have no clue what happened there. Anyways, going back to the game. Kostya has the white pieces today, so that's nice. We prepared a bit, obviously, so I'm gonna hope that we're gonna get a lot of the prep that we did on the board. That would be nice, as always. So yeah. Hope Kostya can get the win today. That would be nice. Then finally, I hope that we get an up pairing for the first time in the tournament. It's been rough pairing so far, so win would be nice. Meanwhile, we also have other players from the dojo in the tournament. Those are Matthew Purchett, aka Haustein, and Anushka Nadasani. I'm not exactly sure. But they're also doing okay. I think Matt had a great start. Anushka did not have a good start, but she's bouncing back, so that's good. Just pull up the YouTube chat here as well. What is this TPR in this tournament? So far, Kostya has a TPR of 2230. So a bit underperforming. He lost to a 12-year-old prodigy from Poland, 2100 CM, who was also underrated, and then he also drew this Chinese player who was also very underrated. In China, basically, everyone is underrated, so you are gonna play like 1800 every game, which play like 2200. So yeah. And he himself is like speed 2250, but in China that's really like 2350 or something. So yeah. And it was a good game. Like we had winning chances. Um, Kostya just unfortunately did not manage to find a win in that game. But the game after, he remembered why he didn't find a win in that game. So let me see where it is. If we flip the board here. In this position, Kostya thought for quite a while to play rook takes c2, and he had to calculate like so much. Like he had to calculate knight takes g7, where there was knight f2 with a back rank, or winning a pawn after all of these exchanges, for example. And also there was the bishop takes, where you think this works, but actually this doesn't work for some reason. I forgot actually. Let me just turn on the engine. Yeah, because of king g1. So if bishop takes, you would have to find queen g6, g3, queen c6, king g1, and then rook g2, leading to a forced checkmate. Very nice checkmate here, as you can see. So yeah, crazy calculations with like this fork, but then now there's knight f2 again, and if this, then there's obviously the queen hanging, and if queen takes, you once again win a pawn. Or actually, in this one, it's better than that because you can take here, and this knight doesn't have anything to capture. And if it tries to go back, then we grab this pawn as well. And now we're up 2 pawns. Yeah, that was a crazy game where the opponent had to play bishop d4. Kostya missed a free piece, that was also crazy. And then he later on found some brilliant moves like queen takes g7, for example, where if you take, there's a fork. And then the opponent blundered with e takes f7, because if you promote to a queen here, there's check, and the only move is to block where you lose the queen. So yeah, that was a crazy game, but Kostya learned from the other game that he had to take all the time in the critical moment, which he did, and that's how he won that game. So yeah, I hope that Kostya can keep it going for this game today, and we get a win. Hello, Z Dumb. These underrated kits are hard, yeah. The tournament is pretty hard. Not ideal to try and farm some elo for sure. But yeah. Usually the keyboards are quite delayed, like 15 minutes, so I think we have quite some time before the game starts. In the opening phases of the game, I will also be looking at Matthew Pritchard's game a little bit. Since I helped him prepare for the game, I want to see if he gets the preparation on the board as well, just like Kostya. And he's also in the dojo, so I thought that that was totally fine. So yeah, gonna keep an eye on that as well for the first, 5 to 6 moves. Hey man, I'm a new streamer. How do you only show the chessboard on the stream? You take chess.com, like you open the window, and then you make a capture window in OBS, and then you can crop it so you can only see the board. So if you click on the like in OBS on the window capture, you can like adjust how big it is. If you press Alt and then you try to adjust, that's when it crops the window, if that makes any sense. You can also watch some videos on it, they'll explain it a lot better. But yeah, you can crop the browser or the window, I guess, to only see the board. Then you can go even fancier by removing this gray color that they have on the website. You can make this transparent so you see the backgrounds, which I could actually do. But I mean, this is also clean. This is also very clean. So I think I'm just gonna keep it like this for now. Yeah. Hello, people from YouTube. Could we get the commentator intro, please? Maybe name below the frame of your window? Yes, for sure. Let me just add that. Kostya said I should do that. I just totally forgot. Let me just put it underneath here. Give me a second. Text. There we go. Oop, that's a bit big. I'll make it a bit smaller. Here we go. Let's put that right there. How do I make it like? Here we go. Yeah, there it is. As you can see, my name is SamusWT, and I am the coach slash second of Kostya. So yeah, I help him for tournaments and stuff like that. And also outside of tournaments, I help him mainly with Blitz. So yeah, that's how me and Kostya, you know, work together, and that's how I ended up here commentating his games. So yeah, that's me. Thank you for the follow. Y4W something? Y4WCC. Okay, cool. Thanks so much. What's your stream about? My stream is also about chess. Used to just do a bunch of like blitz in the pool and just talk about the games, play some openings, chat to chess. And then recently I've started taking chess like a bit more seriously. Really going like grinding on the OTB tournaments, like FIDE rating. So recently I've done some like calculation streams where I set up a physical board and I just do puzzles from book on stream, and then you know the chat can solve them with me from the physical board, and you know we talk about solutions. We can go back and forth like, oh, I thought this, this, and this, and then someone in chat will be like, I thought this move was also interesting. Why does this not work? And then we talk about that. You know, that's kind of what I do. Could you shed some light into Kostya's training? Do you mainly only do opening work, or is it also other stuff like calculation, game analysis, etc.? I mainly do opening stuff. We like, I'm not sure if you guys remember, but Kostya had this quest, his Blitz quest, to get 2800 Blitz. So during that time, because I'm a Blitz expert myself, during that time I was really like trying to teach Kostya my philosophy on how Blitz should be played, like how you should manage the clock as well as the game, so you should play good enough moves instead of the best moves, and try to get certain type of positions instead of the positions you normally would play in classical games. So yeah, quite a lot there. And then for OTB, I let him do his calculation, etc. for himself. And OTB, it's really the opening preparation that I help with. Yeah, that's really like the second, being the second, comes in there. That's cool. I'm currently 700 elo, trying to push 1000. That's good, man. There's lots of great videos from Chess Dojo that you can watch for sure. And also you can join the Chess Dojo completely for free, and they will give you like exercises to do to go from 700 to 1000, for example. It's really useful. You can like keep track of your progress, which will motivate you to do like more. Yeah, definitely would recommend to join the community and come improve with us. Yeah. I cannot really say too much about the openings themselves. Obviously, that's pretty secret, and the calculation is mostly Kostya himself doing that. And then the game analysis, Kostya doesn't stream quite a few times. Like, for example, for the US Masters, which he played like his last tournament, the US Masters, I helped him prepare for those games as well, and he did some streams where he would go and analyze the games from that tournament on the stream. Since he didn't really stream those games. That was like an off-stream kind of thing. He was just fully locked in, trying to play his best chess without any distractions. And now for the analysis, we kind of talk about it. Like after the game, we have like a little interview with Kostya. I talk with him about the game, the critical moments, etc. Yeah. Let's baptize the black pieces today. Exactly. That's the goal. We have some nice prep in store. So I hope we get that on the board, and then we can push for a win from there. I must say there are some very fun lines that we have prepared. So if we get those on the board, it's gonna be really exciting. Yeah, we'll see. Meanwhile, yeah, none of the games have started yet, I believe. Yeah, none of the games have started, so we still have to wait a little bit. Also, the camera is not quite working yet, it seems. If it will not work when the game has started, I'll have to message the organizers and see if they can fix it. Yeah. We'll see about that. Yeah, it's really not working. That's strange. Try to fix that. There's also a new camera because we are playing downstairs now. The playing hall, it's basically multiple playing areas, and Kostya is playing downstairs now because they want to give other people a chance to play upstairs as well, because upstairs is a bit nicer, I guess. So yeah, that's totally fine, but we will have to work with a new camera, and currently it's not quite working. So I hope that that's gonna work. Oh, I hear a move being played. Let me just try this first, and then we'll see what's played. Yeah, still nothing on the video feed. Anyways, we are getting some moves on Matthew's board. Okay. Nothing on Kostya's board yet, so we can quickly look at Matthew's board here. Currently we are getting the preparation that we did in the morning. His opponent, Kostya actually knows his opponent here. His opponent likes to play the e4 b3 setup against the French defense. Let me just quickly check what we had looked at for this game. I quickly did it in the morning, so I don't really remember all the nuances. Let me see here. Give me a second. Meanwhile, Kostya's game has not started yet, I believe, so that's a bit strange. Should be started. If it isn't started in like 2 minutes, I'll see what I can do. I cannot quite access the study. Let me try it from here. Let's see. 1 second, guys. Okay, here we go. Okay, so in Matthew's game, this is all pretty standard. He is taking a think here, which is a little concerning. The move is knight f6 here that we looked at. So I would like to see him blitz that right out, but we'll see. Coach's game not started yet. I think we can just wait a little bit and it should be started soon. What are you guys saying meanwhile? d4. You mean in Kostya's game? I can promise you that Kostya is not gonna play d4 this game. I've been trying to get Kostya to play the Jubava in a classical game, but my efforts have not been good enough. Wait. This is e4, and then e6 going into the French, and then b3, which is a weird setup that actually my friend Anamaya had in the London Classic against a very strong player. Oh, Kostya's game has started. Okay, Matthew did remember knight f6, so this is gonna be cool to see if he gets the full prep line on the board. Meanwhile, Kostya starting with the expected knight f3 after 4 minutes. So I think Kostya was a little late to the board there. We get the expected move d5 here. Yeah, we'll see how that continues. In the opening phase, there's not really much to talk about. It's just preparation from both sides. This is as expected. The opponent played d5 like every game. And we decided that knight f3 was the best try against this opponent. The ratty opening usually kind of goes together with something like the English or King's Indian attack. Yeah, let's see what Kostya does here. He's for sure like 1000% still in prep. He's just maybe adjusting the pieces, taking a sip of water like Magnus does, you know. And we get g3 on the board, that's expected. Use Lichess instead, it's better. Well, I do use Lichess for the preparation, but I cannot use Lichess on the stream, as you can see at the bottom of the stream. There is a chess.com logo because Chess Dojo is partnered with chess.com, so yeah, we are doing it on chess.com, which is totally fine. I always play on chess.com, just the studies I like on Lichess. Meanwhile, in Matthew's game, there is queen e2 on the board. Let me just quickly check. We looked at queen e2. Yep, we did. Now he has to find knight c6, which you should know. We talked about it. Meanwhile, in Kostya's game, he's going for the King's Indian attack. We're gonna see like bishop g2, long castle, maybe d3 or d4. It's really up to the opponents what we're gonna get here. There's lots of things they can do. They can go for c5. They can go for knight f6, for e6. There's many setups that they can do. c5, for example, bishop g2, and knight f6 is a way to play. There's also g3, knight f6, bishop g2, and g6 going for like a symmetrical kind of thing. You can also transpose back into this setup. There's also the e6 line going into like a Queen's Gambit decline structure. Playing it that way, maybe transposing into a Catalan later. So there's many things that the opponent can do after g3. So the opponent is taking a bit of a think. I am expecting knight f6 here, but yeah, we'll see. Got a move on the board in Matthew's game. Knight c6, as prepared. So yeah, go put there. Yo, welcome in, Angel Caballero. I'm not sure if I butchered that or pronounced it correctly. Let me know. But welcome into the stream. Thanks for being here. Meanwhile, we got bishop g4, bishop g2 on the board. This is not quite what we expected, but we actually prepared for this in another round in this tournament, so Kostya should know what's happening here. Knight f6 to move here, e6, d6, knight bd7. I'm not sure if c5 is to move in this line. I don't think so, because then you get this with maybe knight e5. But yeah, this is all normal. We'll see what happens next. Meanwhile, yeah, opponent goes for long castles in Matthew's game. Very standard as well on these lines. Yeah. Okay, e6 on the board. Let me think here. I believe this is partially in our preparation for a different round. Like, we can move order back into that. Yeah, we will see. I think maybe like c4 will get played, c6, castles, and knight f6. Going for like a Slav with the bishop on g4. That's possible here. We're gonna see what happens though. Hello, pass pawn. h3 is also definitely an option he can play. I don't think that's what we have been looking at. It's possible. There's definitely a line with h3. Yeah, Kostya has been playing a bit of 1 f3. Every game we've been kind of just looking at what the opponent does against each option that we have, and knight f3 has been really nice for us. So we're gonna keep that going, I think. But yeah, obviously Kostya is a very versatile player, so he can really play anything. Yeah, one knight f3 has been treating us well. d4 on the board as expected here. And we do get c6 with this Slav setup with the bishop on g4. So we can see like castle knight f6 next. There's also, for example, trading, casting, and then going for like something symmetrical. That could also be interesting. But I don't think that Kostya wants to go for something fully symmetrical against well, it's not fully symmetrical, but you have g3, they would have played g6 and g7. But yeah, I don't think that Kostya would really want to go into something symmetrical like this. I think we're gonna see castles. Has this been played? Oh, Kostya has taken. That is a bit surprising to me. But yeah, I mean, as I said, he's a versatile player. He can play almost anything, so I'm sure this is one of the lines he knows well. Matt's game, he's thinking a bit, but he should know what he's doing. Played a lot of 1d4 though previously, so already interchanging. Yeah, it's kind of like every tournament on its own. Like, do I want to play this or do I want to play that? But yeah, as I said, he's a very versatile player. He can play literally anything except maybe like b4 and g4 would be a bit out of his comfort zone. But yeah, virtually anything is playable. So it's gonna be a decision here for our opponent. He has many options here. He can eliminate the knight and then recapture one way or the other. He can recapture immediately, not with the c-pawn, because that would allow queen a4 with a fork here. That would not be good, so here he would have to take with the e-pawn. That's why taking the bishop to then take with the c-pawn is one of the popular choices there. And there is also the line with queen takes d5, which is a bit dubious. The idea is you're, I guess, temporarily pinning the knight, and then after castles knight f6, your queen is a bit misplaced, so this is really not that popular. Yeah, I think we might see something like this, or otherwise e takes and going into this structure. What do we have? Okay, we do have bishop takes, and now I am expecting c takes d5, otherwise this exchange doesn't really make sense. Let's see, yeah, and we do get c takes d5 on the board. Meanwhile, in Matthew's game, yeah, this is all very normal. Bishop e7 takes bishop f6. This looks like a pretty comfortable game for me, for him, to me. So I think we can close that game. He's gonna have a nice game there. Going back to Kostya. Yeah, how do you want to play this position? That is a good question. He opts for d4. I was looking at d4 for sure as one of the options. I was a bit interested by something like b3 potentially, and going for like a double fianchetto setup, but I guess that's not really how you want to play this position. So d4 on the boards. I guess we're just gonna get like some normal developing moves. Like this, for example, maybe queen b6 is an option, forcing e3. I don't think they ever want to castle long, so bishop d6, castle, knight e7. We do have to be careful with the development of this bishop, of course, because it's kind of tied down to this pawn. Although, if we do play bishop d2 takes, we get rook b1, and that does look really bad. If we're infiltrating, actually, we're just straight up winning a piece here. That is crazy. I thought just rook b1, queen a3, and we get this pawn, and we're, we have a nice position here, but it loses the pawn. So something like this, castle, yeah, maybe, I don't really want b3. Maybe something like h4 could be possible, I'm not sure. Bishop e2 looks pretty interesting as well, since the bishop is not really doing much in this diagonal anymore. Since it's looking into this pawn chain, it would be interesting to reroute the bishop back into action, although the light squares might become a little weak. I don't really think that that's a problem, since they don't have a light square bishop anymore. We do have the bishop pair here, but our bishops are not the greatest. Yeah, this could be possible. Currently the opponent is still thinking here. There is the option of going for something symmetrical. That could be interesting. Like a late transposition in a symmetrical Grunfeld here. Otherwise, yeah, just the natural development moves that I showed. Also, knight f6 should be possible. Something like castles, knight e6, knight e3, bishop e7, bishop d6, d2, something like this. First e3, of course. Castle d2, and not sure if we ever want to play queen b3. I would something like queen c2 probably. Maybe knight a4 is possible, trying to get the knight to c5 at some point. But yeah, definitely a lot of options here. So it's not surprised that the opponent is taking some time to think. Yeah, interesting line here. Oh, me personally, I don't really like these positions myself. I'm not a player who will play this. But of course it's super playable, it's just like a choice, like playing style, There could also maybe be bishop b6. d4 immediately. What happens then? Bishop b4. We have many ways to deal with this check. Most natural, I think, would be bishop d2 to me. Although we do offer him to get rid of our bishop pair, this bishop is our bad bishop. After something like knight f6 and e3, you can see that all of our pawns on our dark square, so we don't really mind trading that dark square bishop, since it's also not that much of an open position. Okay, we just got the very natural knight c6. I'm expecting this castle here. What did I look at? I looked at knight e3 first, okay. Yeah, castles and just normal developing moves here. I can definitely see the game progressing something along these lines. We'll see though. Yep, standard developing moves here. Not sure what the name of this opening would be, this variation. I can look it up. Let's see. I am very bad with actually opening names and the names of the variations, except if I play them. If I play them, I know them. Otherwise, I have zero clue what's ever happening there. So we got this. Yep. Then we got here. It's apparently called the King's Indian Attack Barksa system. Played by Magnus Carlsen. Magnus played this once? Okay. I mean, Magnus has played everything. Not that surprising. Also, very strong player from Lithuania, it seems. So, but it's been played quite a bit. Hello, Hamster Ham. HD Cam's Ham. Welcome in. We're just doing some commentary here. I hope the cam is okay. Should not be too bad. We're already up some time on the clock here. So, and the opponent is still thinking, so that's nice for us, just in the opening phase. The opponent took 4 minutes on knight c6. And it seems like it's gonna take a few minutes more after knight c3, so that is pretty nice. This opponent, I looked at his previous games, and he's quite a tactical and dynamic player, which the youngsters, well, he's not that young, but yeah, he's about 25, so the younger ages players tend to be a bit more tactical due to playing a lot online. So something symmetrical is not bad at all. But of course, as the higher rated player, symmetrical position, you would have to, find a way to create some winning chances, which sometimes can be a bit hard. There are some lines with like bishop f4 and knight b5 here, but I don't think we'll see much of that in these lines. That's usually when they go g6 and bishop g7. As the bishop cannot contest this diagonal anymore, then bishop f4 and knight b5 really becomes an idea of planting something on c7. Also sometimes with the inclusion of a4, a5, so that this becomes an outpost. Yeah. I actually have played something like this in my early days with the black pieces, and this type of setup. Okay, opponent just opts for the very natural knight f6. After, again, a 3-minute thing, so pretty slow opponent today. Just expecting something like castle, e3, bishop d2. But possibly some bishop f4 at some point, like for example castle g6, now bishop f4 could definitely be a move. Also stuff like bishop g5 could be possible potentially. Yeah. We'll see. Your cam is better than usual. When did you get this one? It's the same one as always. Where's Kostya's cam? That is a good one. That is a good one. It should be up. It should be up, but it is not. So maybe I have to go send a message um, and ask the organizers what's happening there. Because we should be able to see Kostya by now, for sure. Okay, we do get castles from Kostya. The opponent does have a bit of a decision to make. Bishop b4, bishop e7, bishop d6, maybe g6 to go bishop g7. It's really about where do I want to put the dark square bishop, after which he will castle. And yeah, this is really gonna decide where the game goes, I think. So yeah, I'm not gonna be surprised if he takes some time here. Actually, he moves pretty quickly, just bishop e7, getting ready to castle, very natural development move. And I'm expecting like e3, bishop d2, rook c1, queen b3, maybe bishop e2 or bishop g2, something along those lines from Kostya. Anyways, the camera. Let's see here. Let me just remove this camera and try to add a new one. Now I'm not getting anything here from the camera. Let me see if I open a source projector. Yeah, it's not working. E3 from Kostya, as expected again. I'm just gonna quickly send a message here to see what's up with the camera, and then I'll get back to you guys. Okay, they're checking the camera. So hopefully we're gonna get a camera of Kostya soon. Gotta take these young tactical players to the end game, take them to deep waters. Yeah, I know that there's been no camera the whole time. Let me just check here. One sec. Okay, we're working on the camera. But yeah, I have actually talked. I don't really remember with Wu, but a pretty strong master recently. I talked about taking these youngsters like me, for example, into the end game, and he said that these days that doesn't even work anymore because the youngsters actually just spam these chessable endgame courses, and all of a sudden they're not really that bad anymore because they usually never put any time into the endgames. But that has changed since the chessable endgame courses. Apparently, that's what I've heard. So yeah, youngsters are dangerous. They're very dangerous. Meanwhile, We got some moves, e3 and castle. Very natural as expected. Stuff like queen d, sorry, bishop b2. Then maybe queen b3 could be possible. Queen c2. Although queen c2, you would put the queen on a open file, which is not ideal. So I would probably put on b3, maybe a4 potentially. But on queen a4, maybe there's queen a5, and if you trade the queens, you know, who benefits from that exchange? I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll see. Bishop d2. What's a challenging move here? Queen b6 could be a bit annoying, although we have seen that it doesn't really do much, I guess. We could try something like a4, so that after they take here, and knight b5, I think. No, the queen is not trapped, but it should be very close to being trapped actually. It does have the c4 square. Maybe something like bishop e2, cutting off the escape, and then trying to get this. That would be pretty funny. Trying to trap that queen. But it shouldn't work. Black should be in time to do something. Like they can already play a6 and this knight has to move, so. But we can of course also just take the pawn. This time we don't have to fork, since the opponent decided to go to e7 instead of d6, where it's a bit less exposed to tactics like that. The downside could be that in some lines you could have bishop f4, but Kostya opted for e3, so that's not really available anymore. Again, the opponent thinking for a little bit, after Kostya played bishop d2 now. Okay, they're still working on the camera, so gonna keep an eye on that and hope that we'll get something soon. Let me just try this other link that I have got from the camera. Give me a second here. Okay. See if this link works. Not seeing much happening. So I don't, yeah, it's not working at the moment. Gonna be patient there. I'll just put it on the side here, so that when it updates, I'll see. Okay, going back to the game, we got a6 on the board. That's an interesting move. I think the idea is to just take control of the b5 square, so there's no knight b5 ever. But another idea could be to prepare something like b5, b4, taking some space on the queen side, or just b5, what's possible, and something like queen b6. I hope Kostya will go symmetrical fully. That would probably be bad against such a lower rated player. So yeah, Kostya has to decide what to do here. How does he want to continue? Maybe something like rook d1, b5, and I believe there are some positions similar to this where you could reroute the knight to f4, or maybe I don't think e4 is ever something, huh? Not sure, but I have seen people play like a knight reroute to f4. You could also take some space on the king side. That's also an idea, I believe. I would just want to play e4. I'm like a player who likes open positions, tactics. I want to open up the position really, but it's not how you should play this probably. Yeah, I think maybe rook to well. There's also queen b3 potentially or queen e. That is also a bit annoying. I was thinking about something like bishop e2, bishop e5, but that's not really possible anymore. I would be a bit more inclined to something like this then. Okay, he does go for my initial idea of rook c1, just, you know, improving the pieces, maybe connecting the rook soon, getting the rook doubled could be an idea. We'll see. We're up a little bit on the, oh, oops, a little bit on the clock as you can see. Oh, that's pretty nice. Not really that important in classical, I guess, but always nice. Also, queen a4 ideas are not really that worthwhile anymore because you would just give them a tempo. Yeah. But of course, the position is totally in the balance. Uh, Nothing much happening per se. There's also not really any tension anywhere. The only difference really is that Kostya has the g3 move, and the opponent doesn't have g6. That is the real difference here. Like after something like rook c8, that's really the only difference, and the bishop pair, I guess. But yeah, it's not really that good if you don't get to open up the position somehow. Hmm. Interesting position, though. Hmm. It does seem like a3 b4 is one of the ideas, but that's so drawish. I would not like to have something like a3 b4. Like if we, for example, do some moves to illustrate what that could look like something like this. How would Kostya win this? Like, I would try to get a knight here, of course, but the opponent is also gonna do the same thing on the other side and get a knight in here. So, for example, if we just do that, how do we get this knight here? It's actually not that easy. We could do like knight a2, and then if they help us, then that would be really nice. But then again, we have like full symmetry. We actually might be in trouble because we are getting forked here. You have to play like queen c1 or bishop d1, bishop c1. Yeah. Wouldn't like this at all. I guess you could try to go for some like a4 as well at some point. Maybe at this point. The knight is very well placed here, so maybe... But the knight covers a4 now, so we cannot even try to go for a4. Maybe like queen b3 here. This is actually a problem piece. You have to play like rook d1. Or like maybe bishop c1, bishop e2, rook c1. Or something like rook a1 here and then a4. Yeah. I don't like these positions too much. But Kostya is totally fine with these, I think. We're getting close to 10 minutes up on the clock though, so very happy about that. I think the opponent might just be a little nervous because, I mean, about 20 moves for the first like 12 moves. That's a bit much. What my personal coach always says is in these time controls you want to make the first 15 moves, which he considers to be the opening, in 15 minutes. So Kostya is perfectly on track to do that, but the opponent is a bit slower. Actually, in the Chess Dojo website slash program, I'm not sure how to refer to it. In the game analysis, you also have this section for the time used during the game, and like a time review and a time rating, like how you use your time, like time management rating, I think it's called. And like Kosha would have like a perfect time usage rating at the moment, I think, as the opponent would be, you know, already going on the wrong side. Yeah. Already going wrong a little bit. Still nothing on the camera, I believe. Yeah, nothing on the camera yet, so that's a bit unfortunate, but it's okay. We just have to wait a bit. Let's see. I'm gonna check one thing. Matthew did misplay the prep a little bit, so that's a bit unfortunate, but it happens, it happens. You cannot perfectly remember everything in one morning. Meanwhile, in the game, rook c1. What if queen b6 now? Hitting the pawn, and if you would want to just leave it hanging and play rook b1 as a response, you kinda lost that tempo. Maybe this could be a way for black to play. I mean, there's also knight a4, both hitting the queen and protecting the pawn. With if you try to attack it, there's also b3, and you don't really have b5 anymore, which is pretty nice for us. So this knight cannot really get kicked out easily, and we can try to prepare something like knight c5. Or we can play knight c5, well, we cannot do it immediately. Something like b3, rook c8, knight b5, takes would be pretty nice, I guess. And just trying to triple up on the file. Maybe someday bishop g1, bishop h3 could be possible to activate this bishop. Bishop e2, maybe e4, although I don't really like e4 anymore. Because at this point, let's say like a random move, not h5, that would be bad. Something like h6, we get like a triple stack on this open file, and why would we want to give our opponent some files to work with when we have the only one on the board fully under our control, you know? So yeah, here we could just play very slow and we just have a small edge. I would love to play like bishop a5, but well, we could maybe play bishop a5 actually. Like, let's say again a nothing move. Let's say like rook e8. Bishop a5 could be possible. Queen takes, of course, we just win the game pretty much. And if knight takes, we also pretty much win the game. So bishop a5 would be a very interesting move here, forcing queen a7. Then we would have to find something, because the next move is gonna be like b6. And then what, you know? Yeah, then what? I mean, we could actually let that happen, like bishop e2, just hitting the a6 pawn. But no, we can still take here. So after b6, we can probably just let it hang and just trade this, and at the end we can pick up this pawn. And even if we couldn't pick up this pawn, we just already have a better structure. We have the open file. We have the bishop versus the knight. This looks really good. And yeah, if the queen takes, we should just be close to winning here. Maybe bishop takes could also be very interesting. And if there's something like, I don't know, rook e8, just some random moves, you could maybe get this with a wooden shield here. Full control of the file. Yeah, this could be very comfortable. Maybe rook c2, do not let the knight infiltrate, kick it out, you know, walk the king in. That would be like a dream scenario here. But of course we're far away from that, but that would be like beautiful. Meanwhile, the opponent's taking the I was sitting a bit weird. The opponent taking a lot of time already. We are up like 15 minutes on the clock at this point, as you can see here. Yeah, that is great for us, but a bit surprising because it's not like a critical position or anything. You can just make like normal development moves and you're completely okay. What's my FIDE now? It's a work in progress still. You know, 2100 next year, the goal. It's not. Like 2000 next year would be pretty nice. Knight a4, queen b5, bishop e2. Queen b5, I don't think it's good. Yeah, I was just illustrating some stuff, Oscar. I was just illustrating some stuff. Knight a5 and knight a4, queen b5, bishop e2. Knight a4, queen b5, bishop e2. Yeah, that would be pretty painful for the opponent, wouldn't it? So after knight a4, they would actually just have to go back somewhere. If you go back to c7, then you're walking into a pin. If you go to a7, yeah, you are preparing b5, and you can try to get the queen back into the game, but it just looks wrong. It just looks very wrong. You could already probably play knight c5 actually, and if the take takes, you cannot play b6, and we get once again like a version of that dream scenario. So yeah, I think queen b6, even though it looks pretty nice, after knight a4 it's actually not nice at all. Because here you lose the queen, we just saw queen h7, which would not be ideal, I think. Although, what if queen h7 and you do it immediately? I guess we can go to d3, and that would be a really nice try for our knight. And, you know, what is this queen really doing over here? I think our pieces would make a lot more sense in our position than theirs in their respective position here. Yeah, interesting. Opponent taking some time, probably deciding between like something symmetrical like rook c8 or possibly queen b6, queen a5. Yeah, it's a bit hard to come up with a plan for the black pieces. Like if I flip the board here, it's not that easy, you know? And that is actually what I talked about earlier in the stream, this blitz philosophy that I was teaching Kostya. You want a position that is very easy to play for you, where the opponent has to come up with all these ideas. And this is like a perfect example. The opponent has to come up with ideas on how to do something. Whilst white has just like very natural moves. We can do like h3, b4, we can do like bishop e2, bishop g2 is possible, h4, h5 is an idea, queen e2, queen c2, queen a4 not. Yeah, queen b3 should be something, rook g2, rook d1, you know? It's like a position that in blitz would be beautiful, but in classical, even though we're up like 20 minutes at this point, they still have an hour left, you know, and they're gonna get 30 minutes on move 40, so yeah, it's not as significant, sadly. Knight takes e6. If b6, queen f5, knight takes d5. Also looks bad for black. Knight takes d5. How do you see knight takes d5? Oh, of course. The queen a5, yeah. And if you take here, that's pretty nice. And you get this fork. That is pretty nice. So I thought maybe they could take this one, but they cannot. Because this is the only legal square, but, well, I guess they can just take this pawn, eh? I forgot about that. I mean, this looks terrible for the opponent. Yeah, and we again have this fork, actually. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So, queen a5, and knight takes, queen takes, this would actually probably just lose. But we got some... No, we don't. We don't have some moves on the board. Okay, we have rook c1. Yeah, rook c1 is on the board, but nothing else. Opponent's still thinking. Dream scenario, this isn't blitz. Yeah, true. Okay, we got the rook c8 on the board. I don't know why he needed like 16 minutes on this move. I guess he was looking at other options to not keep it as symmetrical as it is, but I assume Kostya already thought of his response to rook c8 because it's like the most natural move in the position. But he could be like taking a walk or something, you know, not be at the board at the moment, which I would like to see if he would be or not, but no camera feed, unfortunately. Anyways, the organizers from Sitges, they're like amazing, so they're doing all they can. You know, just gonna have to be patient, I think. But yeah, rook c8. How would I continue to play in this position? Oh, is the position different now, actually? Like, let's say we do nothing. Let's say we do bishop g2. If we do this, this is still a fork. And if this, what did I look at? I think bishop c3. Forcing queen b5. Now we don't have a fork anymore. But we could go for something like this and try to pick up the pawn, or just take the pawn like this as well. Well, no. We would have to do it like this. But then... yeah, then they can go here. This is not that nice. But they would have to do something, I guess, about this. Yeah, this looks bad. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Let's go back. So queen a5 could be possible. If we do nothing, like bishop g2, I think. Queen b6. You would still have to go back somewhere. That cannot be correct. Okay, but what is something that we can do here? I mean, we could go full symmetrical except for g3, of course, and play like a3 to stop anything from coming to b4, and also stopping this from coming with, you know, well, it's not really with tempo, I guess, but so that after queen a5, we could just win the pawn. Could be possible, but then after a3, they're gonna play b5, and after b4, we get this like super symmetrical position where I'm not sure if we have many winning chances. So even, yeah, for Kostya, it's also not that easy actually after rook c8. He's also gonna have to think of a way to play this for a win here. He could try like rook c2, queen c1 maybe. That's interesting. Just doubling immediately and then trying to maybe put a knight on f5. That could be interesting too. Like chess is so interesting. You have this super symmetrical position with only the differences being g3, the bishop pair versus the non-bishop pair, even though it's a close position, so it doesn't really matter that much. But there's still like quite a lot to think about here. Meanwhile, down to a difference of 15 minutes on the clock, so Kostya taking some time here, which is totally reasonable. Kostya's second, are they not distinctly different? Well, I would say that I have two distinctly different roles as well with Kostya. Like I'm the Brits coach, I would say, and then the classical second. You know, Bishop Bishop e2 was maybe was better. Bishop e2. But what is really the point of Bishop e2? Because they have played a6 now, so we don't really have access to this b5 square. And I was just playing Bishop g2 to illustrate a point. I guess Bishop e2 could be a small improvement from Bishop g2. But yeah, not sure. What could be like some ideal squares for our pieces right now? I think I would want the knight on d3. I would probably want to trade these bishops. So maybe put the bishop somehow onto this diagonal. So the bishop on b4 maybe, knight on d6. Obviously want to triple stack on the c-file. And then this bishop maybe just on e2, yeah. Or maybe f1. On f1 could be a nice square too. Bishop on f1 is pretty good here because we do have some activity, but we also have some defense here, to like secure our weakened light squares. That could be some ideal squares. How do we get there though? I did talk with Kostya a little bit about this maybe becoming like a maneuvering game, and him needing to put the pieces on the right squares. So something like this could happen. Although I think they would first do a bit more with the pawns, like a3. Like maybe here they start rerouting the pieces a bit. Something like this. Now our bishop is a bit annoyed. As we also saw before, and now we don't even have bishop c1 or queen c1. So we would have to trade off first. But then we give away the c-file. And not ideal, not ideal. And we don't really get a chance to trade off this horrible bishop now. So we would actually not want that, I think. Maybe after something like b5 we can go knight e2. And if they start rerouting, we could go for bishop b4. And yeah, we get double pawns, but after b3, we take control of both c5 and c4 here. And that could be very interesting, you know? Something like this. And we have a target here. They don't really have many squares to infiltrate on at all. This could be very interesting. Something like this. Our knight is very nicely supporting the c3 square actually. And then we could bring a rook to c1 potentially. Actually, here we're also threatening to win a pawn, of course. So. Yeah, this could actually be interesting. To try and get doubled pawns on the b file could actually be super helpful for us. So maybe white should not double our pawns there and instead just continue. But that's not possible because then we just win a piece. They would have to do something, like maybe they have to trade first and then continue, but then we get the file. And after a knight lands on b4, we can probably trade and, well, maybe without trading actually. Play b3 immediately. Take, knight goes back somewhere, and we again get like almost a dream position here. Yeah, this would actually be just a dream position. Maybe something like knight f4 to reroute it to d3, bishop e2, f3, king f2, and that should almost be winning strategically speaking. Use the same cam feed as Anushka, as Kostya's is in the back anyways. I don't have the link to Anushka's. I would have to ask their commentator for the link to Anushka's or Matt's. I don't know who's commentating for them, like at all. Oh, Joe is. Yeah, I could ask Joe for like the camera feed and use that instead. If you guys want that. Yeah. But you guys can also just wait, Hamster, can you just ask Joe to send it to me on Discord or something? Or Instagram, like the camera feed link. And tell him that I'm commentating for Kostya and that we could use a camera feed. Then I can just, you know, continue doing my job over here. If you don't mind. The queen lands on a5, I thought it worked. It's knight a4, awful. Oh, we should go back to the live position, by the way. Knight a4 is definitely not awful in like any of the lines. I think knight a4 is pretty nice to put the knight on f5. Really a good idea in general. Sam is delegating out jobs, exactly, Oscar. You see what's happening. What Ham is saying is that we'd rather look at Coach Anushka and Kostya than Sam. Noted, noted. You know, Alan, as you can see in the chat right now, I do have a sword here, so as you can see, so you should behave around here when you're talking to me, you know. No, I'm kidding. Would we? And did I say we? Oh, we, he means the chat. But yeah, I mean, there's different opinions about that, Alan. Maybe some people disagree with that. Possibly. I'm sure, did you do your job that I gave you? I assume not. I'll ask Joe for a sec. Oh, he's not. Okay, you did. Awesome, thank you, mate. I like this the idea of getting the double B pawns to get. Yeah, exactly. That would be really nice if we can accomplish that. That would be Also, I also have seen it before, but not in this exact type of position. But it's pretty creative too, and I would consider myself a creative player. So that's I like this idea too. Now, if Kostya thinks I'm not sure if this would be something that Kostya is looking for. Although he would for sure understand the value of these double pawns. But okay, again, the opponent could also play something like Queen E7, and then we also do have a weak pawn. So we'd have to play like Queen D2. Then try to reroute our knight to C5, I guess. Yeah, it looks good. Oh, then 94 we would have to take. Then one of the knights comes to D5 to put more pressure. Are we in time? No, we don't have the square anymore either. But okay, if they come here, we can take, and put like a rook on C5, and that should. Well, then that's pretty drawish, I guess. Not ideal here. Not ideal. I mean, we could do it now, I guess. And that takes we can put a rook on A1. That would be definitely good for us. Like, if anyone is trying to win here, it's us with the protected pass pawn and a target. So that could be nice. Yeah. If only we can just, you know, get this position with these double pawns. That would be really nice. I think the plan I would go for with black is b5 and knight d7 and getting the knight to c4, and the double b pawns would stop that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty obvious what the idea is. You want to get this structure and the knights on these squares. I mean, black wants the knight on this square and white wants the knight on this square. But yeah, one of the nice ideas I think would be to play this, but maybe they can also, you know, do this if you don't play b4 in time. Maybe that's one of the reasons why it's not, you know, possible. Like for example, 92, queen b6. And if you delay this any longer, they could go for like a5, b4 and just try to take a lot of space and, you know, get a comfortable position here. So yeah. If only we could just, you know, skip ahead to a position where we have the double b pawn with the pawn on b5. Meanwhile, we're almost equal on time, so Kostya also taking a very long thing here. Joe sending you the link. Awesome, awesome. That is very kind of Joe. I should give him a raise. I'll think of something. Next time Hamster's in the Netherlands, I'll think of something. Yeah, double pawns lock up the file. It's not something you see very often, but I think it's a very fun, creative, and good idea here. Now, do you feel confident enough that I wouldn't exact revenge and ban you ultra if you ban me here? I wasn't referring to a ban, Alan. I was just saying, you know, solid timeout, you know, a warning, perhaps, you know, something along those lines. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Also, the YouTube chat. Let's see, not much happening over there. He sent me the link. Thank you. Thank you so much, Joe. That is very kind of Joe. Let me just try this one then. See if this one works. Because I don't have a message from the organizers about the camera situation. There we go. There is Anushka sitting on the whole screen right there in her beanie. That's pretty cool. Cool outfit. So we do have something to look at here next to me. One of the dojoers actually. So that's fun. I will meanwhile keep an eye on the video feed from Kostya in case that we do get that at some point. There we go. Let's try the one from Kostya one last time over here on the side. You guys luckily don't have to see any of it. Kostya. Also, the other time that the video camera of Kostya did not work, the organizers suggested we would use maybe Anushka's or something, or Matt's. Oh, got a notification right there. What happened? Oh, a raid from Anamaya. Hello, Anamaya, and her entire chat. Welcome in. We're commentating on Kostya, his 6th round in Sigils right now. Unfortunately, his camera is not working, so we're currently looking at Anushka's game as well. See here. Yeah, Kostya's camera is just not working. Anyways, welcome in. In the game, I'll quickly give you guys a quick run through of the game. Kostya started with knight f3, the Rati, and the opponent went for this quick bishop g4 idea. We looked at this at some point, but first with knight f6 and then bishop g4. Kostya just went for natural development here in this opening. And we got to this point where we have a pretty symmetrical structure, except Kostya went for g3. And the game developed like this. All very standard developing moves. And now we were talking about like how would we want to play that position. And I think that I personally came up with a pretty cool idea. Let's see where it is. I have looked at so much. I can also try to on the board again. Where is it? 1 second, you guys. No, this is another line. One sec. Oh, actually, this is the line. So I had this interesting idea of trying to get doubled b pawns by trading off our bad bishop on b4. And with this structure, with the double b pawns, we actually take control of both the important squares. So now we can try to maybe put the queen on d2, reroute the knight to c4, c5, and they cannot put the knight on c4. So I thought this was an interesting way to play. Meanwhile, Kostya went for bishop e2. It's getting the bishop back into action. Also a move we looked at briefly. Very natural too. Hello, Anamaya. Welcome in. Kia, Nurtual. We got like everyone here. Resident sleeper position. It is a bit, you know, a bit dry, symmetrical. If you're not using a Menocam, I've heard those are the best. Not sure what that is. In this tournament, they're using AI cameras actually, or some AI software controlling the cameras. So that's pretty cool. So we get sometimes get like a point of view from behind the pieces towards the players, which they also used in one of the World Championships recently. Invented by some Dutch chess player, from what I've heard. That's Luca in the back. I don't see Luca. Luca's another streamer. Shiva Iti on Twitch, I believe. Since the stream says you are Kostya's second, what do you do for him? I help with his openings. Like every single game that he plays, I, you know, look at what the opponent does, look at what Kostya usually does against that. Try to find some novelties or improvements on its repertoire, stuff like that, you know. So actually in one of the previous rounds, there was a pretty nice example of what I and other seconds often do. Let me see where it is. This game from Kostya, this was round 3, I believe. Kostya went for this move b5, where he normally always went a5. And a5 is very known, whilst b5 is a bit less known. And I thought this was a better way to play. He played it and he had like a phenomenal game. Won it like really nice, and yeah. That's, for example, what I do. Let's go back to the current game though. Yeah, bishop e2. But if the opponent just opts for... Oh, wait. Well, that's queen... No, queen a5, we don't have knight takes d5 anymore, so... What is the idea here, then? I mean, I guess it doesn't really do that much. Maybe we can just go like queen b3, since there's no knight a5 anymore. Get ready to... Yeah, I mean... It's also a bit annoying. We don't have this reroute anymore, huh? I guess you can reroute in other ways to this. Of course, you have knight f4 to d5 as well. I'm not sure. I would have preferred to see something like a3. I think, or knight e2 possibly as well. But Kostya must have some idea with bishop e2 that I'm not seeing. Yuka is just invisible right now. He's at the board. Wait, is that Kostya in the back? Whoa, 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 whoa. Pause. Pause. Whoa. Wait. We just, oh. Let me just do this. We spotted a wild and he walks away the second I zoom in. Oh, there he is. We see you, Kostya. We saw Kostya for a second, guys. Uh-oh. A wild Kostya just appears on the stream. That is pretty funny. Yeah, his camera feed is still not working. Zoom and enhance. that was pretty funny. Without Kostya. Going back to the game. Bishop e2. What do you guys think about bishop e2? What could be the idea here? It does improve the bishop, but what could be like the long-term idea now? Because in my eyes, it really blocks the e2 square that I was trying to use. I mean, there's also the possibility of a3, knight a2, bishop b4, and you kind of try to do the same thing. And then you also have the option of potentially capturing with the knight instead of the pawn. Could be possible too, or just capturing with the pawn and creating these doubled pawns again. I don't like bishop e2, but I hope he will show us the idea. Yeah, kind of the same thing here. Not the biggest fan of it, but you know, I trust Kostya to have a plan behind it, so I hope we'll see it actually not soon, because I would love to see the opponent go for another like 15-minute thing. That would be beautiful. I'll just, you know, yep for the 15 minutes, and then Kostya will be up on time again, because Kostya took 20 minutes on bishop e2 actually. 20 minutes. So there has to be a pretty deep idea behind this move. Maybe push the f-pawn. Ooh, that is also pretty interesting. I don't think that would be considered like a stonewall structure, but, you know, has some resemblance. Really controlling this e5 square, never allowing them to push e5. I'm not sure if that is the way to play this position. I would really want to trade up this bishop, to be honest. But I think Kostya was really just trying to create some, you know, some chances for himself. Keep the piece on the board and hopefully putting these two bishops to use. And, you know, with the bishop on f3, it's not really apparent what the bishop pair is doing, so maybe he's trying to like redeploy this bishop on b3 and try to target the king side a bit. Maybe trying to put the bishop on b1 potentially. Who knows? There could be some deep ideas here. Bishop e2 is too quiet. I mean, bishop e2, the thing is, there's not really another way to get this bishop onto this diagonal. So maybe his idea is just to deploy the bishop to this very strong diagonal. And the only way to do that is indeed bishop e2 and then bishop d3. So that could be an idea. Arguing that this diagonal is the ideal diagonal for the bishop. Although I would like to use both of those squares for my knight. Yeah, I mean, he could do something like this, put the bishop on c1 and then the knight on d3. Opponent goes for knight a5 now. Looking at these squares. Probably trying to put a knight on c4. And then we don't really want to take, because this is our strong bishop. With our pawns on the dark squares here. This is our strong bishop. So what can we do? We can obviously play something like b3, but that's to stop knight c4, but then bishop a3, rook a2, and it gets quite uncomfortable. Although we do get bishop c1 potentially. Let's say they do nothing, bishop c1, and imagine if they trade. It could be interesting, although there would be a pin on us. Yeah. But then bishop d3, huh? And on b5 you can just go like knight e2. And they cannot trade because we just win. We would take with the bishop, of course, my bad. So yeah, pretty interesting stuff here. Knight a5. So how do we stop the knight on landing on c4? Because this does look uncomfortable. Because after, let's say for example, nah, I don't want. Okay, let's say like b5, bishop c1. They can also just come back, right? Like they didn't have to trade. And now what is our bishop doing here? Like we can put it on b2, but yeah, I don't really see the point. This would be nicer, so they would have to play something like here. And you probably have to move this knight already before we get pinned. Yeah, don't love that. So what would have happened after my move? If I went knight e2 and then knight a5. Trying to occupy the c4 square. I guess now b3 makes a bit more sense. Or does it? b3, bishop e3, takes bishop g1. Trying to get this to d3. No, I don't hate it, I don't love it. Yeah, all pretty interesting. I think knight a5 is a pretty good move. a5 was hanging after the c8 exchange. Most likely, I'm not sure. Retreat b3 then, but that's open. Yeah, exactly. b3 that allows the bishop to activate for the black pieces. Yeah, it's not that nice. Oh, by the way, I kind of forgot to shout out Namaya. Oop. Let me just do that real quick. Sorry, Anamaya. There you go. Everyone, go follow Anamaya. He's a great streamer. He is a very good chess player as well. He just got their first IM norm, so you know, perhaps you'll see Anamaya and Kostya competing side to side with the same title someday, some point, who knows? Also, we do see Luca now, and wait, is that Kostya's game in the background that we see? That does look like Kostya to me. Can we zoom in on that, and then we have a Kostya camera? Wait, is that possible? I just noticed now. We might have a Kostya camera, guys. Now let me just span that. Oh. Yeah, we got it. We got it. A Kostya. Let's put Kostya on the full screen. We can crop out the opponent a little bit. There we go. And there we have Kostya's position and his opponent and himself. I'm looking at the position. I don't see any spoilers really. Yeah, the knight here is on a5. Knight seems to still be on c3. Opponent going for a walk now. Kostya is in a deep think here. Trying to see how to deal with this knight. Okay, he's locked in. He's locked in. Sound the producer. How do I enhance? I would love to enhance this. Filters. Effect filter. Sharpen. Does this help? Not really. No, that makes it look worse. Let's not do that. No, I think it's good enough. We can see Kostya. Yeah, it's decent, exactly. Well, we got a cam, finally, after a lot of work. The other cam is still not working, so we're gonna have to keep this one. Anyways, back to the game. We got knight a5. How would you guys deal with this move? How would you guys deal with this move? I saw talk about b3, trying to take control of the c4 square, but that would allow bishop a3. Is that really what we want is the question then? I don't know. What if we allow it? Because let's say we allow it, let's say we do nothing. We could always just kick it out, right? That is possible, because they don't really want to take, because this is our terrible bishop. They do get they do get bishop b4, which is a bit annoying. I guess we have queen b2, and you know, we got some stuff. Yeah, this knight is a bit of a problem, isn't it? Well, what if we just copy him, so we don't have this knight as a problem here? Let's say he comes here, we go b3, takes, take, here, take, take. He's already getting ready for b5. And he has c1 under control. Yeah, this doesn't look ideal. You would have to teleport this rook to there and it would be perfect, but we cannot. I guess we don't have to trade here. We could do something like this. But then b5. We would have to go back, I think. We can go here. Knight a4. What if they do this immediately? This looks way too dangerous. You're gonna get trapped. Yeah, you're just trapped. And if takes, of course, we got the very nice position here with b3, with b4 and a3. And if here, if b4 now he just comes back, so this could be a little annoying. We could maybe put a bishop on b4, but then we got hit with a5. Ooh, what about this, guys? Queen e1, very subtle move, and we take some more control of this diagonal with the idea that, let's say they do nothing, now we get the bishop to b6 and we create like a wooden shield here. Although then we would have to deal with this. So maybe we would just keep it on a5 and go like b4, but then this bishop is like locked out of the game. Not sure. Decisions to be made. We could also go bishop c3 with tempo, where they cannot take because they would lose a piece there. That's also possible. So queen e1 is actually a pretty nice idea here, I think. Yeah, I do like this. But then knight c6. And if b4, maybe they just go back and put the knight on c4 again. Ooh, what if we go f4 here? But then we do weaken this and we're allowing something like d4 to happen. That cannot be correct. Maybe bishop c3 to try and dominate this knight over here. Could do something like a3. This looks pretty interesting. And we have some oh, this pawn is hanging as well. Oops. Yeah, this looks pretty good actually. I really like this queen e1 move. Okay, can I give it like an excellent or a brilliant? I cannot. That would have been nice. Yeah, that's a great move. Let me just like take a sneak peek with the engine here. What does the engine think of queen e1? It doesn't hate it. It just does bishop c3 immediately with the tempo, and after knight e6. Now queen e1? No. Just b4. But then they come. They cannot come back, of course. Interesting. Let me turn off the engine again. I'm off to the chess club. Have a nice stream, everyone. Have a good one, Newt. Have fun at your chess club. You don't like queen e1. What is this, Oscar? Queen e1 is like a beautiful move. Like that might be even better than the doubled b pawns. Actually, the double b pawns are really nice. He played bishop e2 and on cam. Yep. We also have a close-up on Luca. Also always great. Oh, I should go to the... Oh, we are on the current position. Okay. He did play bishop e2 indeed. And we got knight a5 for the response, trying to get the knight to c4. And as you can see, Kostya is in a pretty deep think here. Not too sure about what to do. Yeah, I had to step away, thank you. No problem at all. Oh, looks like he's about to move, but he's hesitating. And we get a move on the board. And that move is rook d2. Just getting ready to maybe play queen c1 and doubling up on the c file. We did look at this. Let me see if I can find that. Because there's so much that we have looked at already. Yeah, here, rook d2. Oh, that's a different one. This rook c2. No. We looked at it here. Not any further analysis made on the rook c2 here. So we're gonna have to look at it with new perspective. Rook c2. Well, the most obvious is, of course, the knight is coming to f5. And if b3 now, there could be knight a3 with tempo, rook g1, and then this knight could be getting trapped at some point eventually. Like bishop d3, knight e2, bishop b4 is not possible, huh? Maybe just rook b2. Trying to do this and this. It's a bit weird. Yeah, that shouldn't work. They can just do like anything and it's still protected by the bishop. And they can even play queen d6 at some point too. That's wrong. Rook d2, interesting move. Knight f5. Take. That cannot be correct. Maybe we get the tempo and then move away. I don't see it happen. Yeah, this is just like way too drawish, for example. Rook d2. Very interesting. Oh, this is c4, by the way. Not. Alright. Oh, we got a move on the board? Yeah, he just puts the knight there. And what is Kostya gonna do about it? Maybe bishop c1? And then b3? Just keeping the bishop pair and getting ready to kick out the knight whilst controlling the diagonal. I mean, I don't really love it. Yeah, now Kostya is down on time indeed. And he is back on the clock as well. He was up 20 minutes at some point, so yeah. EU? Hey, what is EU? Oh, we got a move from Kostya. He seems pretty confident, so that's good. Oh, so what was the move played? Bishop d3. Yeah, as we talked about earlier, just putting the bishop onto this nice diagonal. He, of course, does not mind the trade, and he's just gonna ignore the knight completely. He is not worried at all about kicking it out ever. He's just gonna argue that this knight, it looks nice, but it's not really doing anything, which is correct. Like, it's not threatening anything over here with the b-pawn. It is not threatening to take our bishop, really, because that would help us. Queen b6, there should be still knight a4, both hitting the queen and protecting the pawn. And yeah, something like queen b5, there's this nice move b3, protecting and attacking, and now you're pinned, so we should... we're actually not quite winning the piece, because if nothing and takes, there's a stakes potentially, but okay. This would not be a bad exchange, I guess. This would actually be a discovered attack. Then we can take here with check, and we win a rook. That's pretty nice. They would have to take here. And then we can take with tempo. And maybe get something like this. And that would be really nice for us, up a pawn. Some interesting stuff there. But it's like a very natural move. Like maybe b5. Getting ready for maybe b4, just taking some space, getting this beautiful knight here, of course. Which is kind of what we wanted to prevent with those double pawns. and the training of the bishop. I could still see a3, knight a2, bishop b4, but then there's always a5. Sam, you gonna get the Bornik Danya Jibava course released today? Didn't they release like a long time ago, like Hamster? Didn't they release like a year ago? Nice stuff you see. Thank you, Venus. Thank you. Let me go back to the current position. I thought it was a long... Oh, this one is with the video. I see, I see. Possibly, possibly. They do a very interesting analysis. I've looked at some of the lines. I didn't have the course yet. I looked at the lines. Yeah, some specific lines that I don't really like to face currently. And they did have some very interesting alternatives, so possibly, possibly. We have a move though. B5 on the board. As I just looked at, like B5. Yeah, just looked at that. So, yeah, very natural play by black, and now it's Kostya who has to, you know, as the better player, find a way to create some chances here. Which is gonna be pretty hard. Yeah, f4, it might look good to some of you, but the point in positions where you play like f4 with this structure, or most importantly these 3 pawns right here, is that you take firm control over this e5 square. That is the main point, but like they're never gonna push e5 anyways, so there's no need to go for f4 to take control of this square. Like the action is really gonna happen on the queen side here for both players, I think. Although Kostya could maybe think of like h4, h5 and h3 even. Could be something here. Not sure. Could also just continue with his development with queen e2 and rook c1. And just leaving this knight here forever. But what happens after b4? I guess we have this nice square, yeah? This nice square on a4 and we got the knight to c5 potentially. And they don't have a light square bishop, so if they try to attack the knight, we can just defend it. And like if they had the light square bishop to threaten to win the pawn here, then this would not be a very nice square. But here this is beautiful. You can always come back to contest c4. You can jump to c5 as well. At some point, if this bishop, for example, leads to the diagonal, it will be a very nice square. You are for always stopping like a5, a4 ideas. You have some control of the c3 square, although I don't think it's that important. Because if the knight ever jumps here, we're obviously just taking. Yeah, I know that this is hanging, but just to illustrate that this would never be a good way to play for them, even though we give away our strong bishop. I think that would be a pretty good trade for us, just changing the... let me just remove that from the board. Let's do this. And pretend like this is not hanging, like this for example. Like, I think it would be good to give up our bad bishop to maybe create an imbalance and some winning chances, although this bishop is really bad. Here we can take, but like, let's say we do like king g2. Like, this bishop is really bad, so you know, you gain some, you lose some. Maybe bishop c1 and go to b2 with maybe d5 ideas, or potentially a3 at some point. Who knows, who knows. Meanwhile, Kostya, he is just super locked in. The opponent seems a bit more, you know, relaxed. It's also not his move, so that's very understandable. I am here, Alien. Oh, Witty Alien with the raid as well. Hello, Witty. Good to see you again. I am doing good, Witty. How are you doing? How was your stream? Hello, everyone from Witty Alien. I love you all. Take care. Have a good one, Witty. Thank you for raiding. Hope you had a lovely stream. Hope you're doing good. Awesome, awesome. Yes, I'm doing good. We are looking at the Kostya's game from Stitches in Spain, Barcelona, classical tournament. He's currently playing a 2100 FIDE rated player from Ukraine. This is the current position on the board. I'll quickly give you guys a run through. We started with the Reti opening. And it quickly transposed into this pretty symmetrical position. With these, the symmetrical structure. G3, you know, it's not that different. And it developed like this, where this could have been an idea, but you know, it's a bit far-fetched potentially. And the action was really gonna happen on this queen side for both players. And we've seen the game progress like this. We saw this bishop e2 move, which we were not sure about. We were looking at knight e2, knight f4, knight d3 ideas, with a3 and bishop e4 as well. But Kostya opted for bishop e2. And then we got knight a5, trying to put a knight on c4. Kostya started with the idea of maybe doubling his rook. I jumped to c4. Kostya just improved his bishop again, from this terrible diagonal to this great diagonal. And yeah, he just put his queen on e2 as we expected. Gonna put a rook on c1 and just, you know, have a very solid position with his pieces on pretty good squares. So yeah, that's the game so far. The time is about equal. At some point, Kostya was up like 20 minutes on the clock. But then he also used like 20 minutes. So, yeah. You beat Alien. That is impressive. Witty Alien is a very, very strong player. I believe recently he beat Levon, I think, with the Martian Gambit. For like take shots. Something like that. What is White's plan here? I think that White's plan would be to just continue developing. And we were looking at like maybe playing b3 at some point, kicking out this knight. But yeah, it's not that easy. It is not all that easy. We could just play it slow and play like slow developing moves, slow improving moves like rook c1, king g2, h4, maybe even h5 as we pointed out earlier. But yeah, it's pretty hard to say. It's like super balanced, and that's not really what we want. We want Kostya as the quite a lot higher rated player, to win this game, of course, and create some winning chances here. So he's gonna have to create something out of almost nothing here. Are we looking to play e4 ever or no? Well, e4 would be a, you know, pretty good move based on principles, because we have the bishop pair, they don't. We would like to get an open position. But usually in these structures, e4 not really an idea to go for, even though it looks right. I think that we are gonna just be under too much pressure from these files if we open up the center right now. If you see something like rook e1, that would definitely hint towards e4, or maybe rook d1 even, trying to maybe support the pawn later on. But I think we're just gonna see like rook g1, maybe b3, although that does allow for the bishop to come in. Maybe king g2, just, you know, making some slow improvement moves. We'll see. I don't think e4, even though it looked nice, I don't think that's the idea here, unfortunately. Yeah. Eventual king side attack. We could go for like h4, h5, and h4, h5, and even h6. That is possible. Our bishops are pointed in that direction. Our queen can join the party as well at some point, but Yeah, usually in these structures you don't really do that. Usually in these structures both sides play on the queen side, and the fight is really for these two squares. Black wants to, if we go back a few moves here, it was pretty clear that this knight wanted to belong on c4 and this knight wanted to belong on c5. So the fight usually really is around those two squares, where we had this really nice idea of, let me see if I can find it. We have done so much like analysis that it's really hard to go back to a specific line. Yeah, here for example, we had this idea of getting these doubled b pawns voluntarily. If you go back, we wanted to trade our bad bishop for their good bishop, and these double pawns. It looks weird, like why do you want double pawns? But as you can see, when the knight lands on b6 trying to get to the c4 square, the double pawn is actually restricting the knight from coming in, whilst our other double pawn is also controlling some key squares. So I thought this was a really cool idea. But it's not gonna happen in this game, I think. We see queen b6 from the opponent, hinting at a potential queenside expansion here. It's pretty logical. Also connecting the rooks, maybe getting ready to double themselves, and you know, after rook d1, I'm not sure a5 or b4 first. After b4, there is this move knight a4 that we looked at, which is really strong for white. So maybe b5 first, and then, I mean, after they get a4, we could also go a3, and I'm not sure. It could also just be to double the rooks and not go for this push, because the push doesn't really work, even though it seems like it should, because this a4 square is under our control. Yeah. Maybe it's just to stack the rooks, like rook c1, rook c6, let's say a random move, king g2, rook c8, and this is pretty much in the balance. And now it's really like, how are we ever gonna win this? I think we would see like a3 and b4 potentially, and I mean, this is just way too symmetrical. We actually hang the pawn now, so let's not do that. But yeah, this is way too symmetrical for Kostya to create any real winning chances. So maybe that h4, h5, and h6 idea could be possible. But here it's actually not that nice due to knight takes d2, I think. And if rook takes, now we just lose a piece because of the pin. And if queen takes, we lose the pawn. So we can actually not go for h5 here. So maybe we have to play it really slow and go like f3, maybe king g2, g4, h5, rook h1, h6. Maybe, but that seems like a bit too artificial, you know? You have those ideas and it's like, okay, it might work, but it just looks so wrong that it shouldn't. That is kind of what this idea looks like. So I don't think that would be good. Yeah, queen b6 on the board. What would you guys play here with the white pieces in the chat? Yeah, h4, h5 could also be very weakening, that is for sure. The king side is already pretty weakened. h4, h5 would weaken it severely. That's very much so. Yeah, rook d1 for sure. That's the very natural move here. Rook fc1 and then bishop e1. And what is the point of bishop e1? Is your idea maybe f3 and bishop f2? And trying to support this diagonal with these the somewhat weakened e3 pawn and maybe going for e4? Where you support the d4 pawn? Is that your idea? With bishop e1 there? That could be interesting. Very creative as well. Let's say rook d1, rook c6. I think his idea is bishop e1, rook d8, something like f3, let's say just h6, creating some lift for the king potentially. Actually g6 would be better then, because the bishop would cut off h6, h7, sorry. And then bishop f1, trying to go for e4, where the d pawn would be protected from the queen. That is pretty interesting. Maybe king g2 and then e4 as well. Yeah, I quite like it. Yeah, exactly. Interesting. Very interesting. Look at that a little deeper here. Because there is also always this b4 move. But then you always have knight a4 as we looked at previously. And this knight is just really strong on this outpost. And when this knight goes back, obviously we just win the rook here. So what does black even do here? Is this a move? That would be funny. But I think we can just take, because this is just defended way too many times. Yeah, I think black might just be losing a piece here. Interesting. Yeah. But of course that's not gonna happen. A 2100 is not gonna blunder a piece like that in a classical game, and we do see rook c1. Now after something like rook c6 or rook c7, we're really gonna see the moment of truth. Where Kostya is gonna have to show his plan for the game. How is he gonna try to win this position? I think bishop e1 is a great try, trying to go for f3 and e4. Otherwise h4, h5 is possible, but I don't think that that's good. a3, b4 looks way too drawish. b3 allows for bishop a3, so yeah, hard. I think this bishop e1 f3 idea is really, really good. What is YouTube saying meanwhile? There's knight takes b2 after bishop f2, no? Let me check for you. After bishop f2. You guys should see what I'm like working with over here. It's a bit messy. Bishop f2, knight takes b2. With the idea to remove the defense of this knight, and you are winning a pawn, it seems. And a4 there should just be b4. Yeah, it seems like you cannot go bishop f2 immediately because this knight would be hanging. And it's pretty hard to put some more support behind this knight to allow bishop f2. You would need some like serious preparation to do that. And I don't think we ever want to take, because I mean if rook take, maybe this is okay, but they can also take with a pawn. Yeah, I think with the b pawn would be a bit more logical. And I mean, this doesn't look great. They have this very strong pawn. They have this semi-open b file now, whilst our rooks are very stuck. So yeah, I'm not sure how we would prepare bishop f2 here. Knight takes b2, huh? And we can never really play like queen d2, of course, because you know, that's covered, of course. So it's really hard to support this knight anymore. And if b3, like if b3 ever, that I mean, this has to be wrong. Yeah, yeah. Then there's knight a3, or yeah, knight a3 would be good then. Still got bishop a3, but then it takes, and that's bad. So yeah, knight a3 there. Yeah, bishop f2. It's actually not as easy as it seems. Thank you for pointing that out, Sasha. Not sure how to pronounce that. Thank you for pointing that out. It is really annoying indeed. a4, b4, knight d1. That's someone in chat. Let's say rook 6. I'm not sure where you want that. Maybe after f3, then a4, b4, knight d1. If you just completely ignore this from white and you just take more space, possible. It could also be b3. This square is just open for auto grab. rook c2. Now there are no tactics like knight takes b2. Everything just feels loose. Ah, there's this bishop b4, yeah? Trapping the rook. Yeah. Maybe you meant elsewhere. Maybe right here, a4, and then knight d1. So that after this... Ah, now the pawn is just hanging. Was the pawn not hanging in the other line? Am I, like, tripping? I am tripping. Maybe then a5 and the rook is trapped. But then you can just take. Oh, you have knight takes, removing the defender of this, and then you just win a rook, and the queen here. I see. But if you go back to the other line, without all of that, so if we do it here, a4, b4, knight d1, here, 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 here. Knight takes. Now they're not doubled yet, so we can take, and if you recapture, we capture here. And now this knight is hanging, and it's still equal material, and you would have to move this back, maybe to here. Yeah, okay. That is possible. Maybe a4 after rook c6 is pretty interesting, yeah. a4, b4, knight d1. And then what if they just ignore it with rook c8? But after b3 there's still this knight a3 idea, maybe? Okay, but now the knight is pretty stuck, hey? But okay, they can still come back to this very nice square on d6, or maybe even a5, where they target this pawn from a really annoying angle. Yeah, so much to think about here. And if bishop e1 now, we're already fine with like any tactics here, that shouldn't work. And now we can get ready to play like f3, bishop f2, king g2, e4, as discussed earlier. Yeah, that could be possible, most definitely. Opponent is still thinking here after rook fc1. What are you guys saying? b3 just feels wrong. 100% agree there. Everything on c4, I'd be happy as white. Yep. Trade on c4 is possible. After b4, there's some moments, yeah. The a4 line is extremely committal. That is 100% correct. It is very committal. You can of course never take any pawn moves back, so a4 you can never go for like a3, b4 again, or stuff like that. It's very committal, for sure. But I think it's a good move though. But yeah. Then again, we need to create some winning chances here. a4, b4, knight d1, a5 are our winning chances really. I guess in f3, bishop f2, and e4. I guess. Opponent made a move. He just went rook c7. I was looking at rook c6, but honestly, I saw no difference between rook c7 and rook c6, so this is just as expected as rook c6. It is pretty interesting why one of these would be better. I am actually reading a book, Attack and Defense by Jacob Agard. Phenomenal author. Kostya has also has books by him. Also worked through quite some books by him, I believe. It has this chapter about comparison, and this would be a great puzzle, for example. I think. Do you want to put this rook on c7, or do you want to put this rook on c6 and why? It seems like there's no difference, but there's always a difference, like almost always. So that could be a very interesting thing to go through. which square is better in this scenario. The obvious idea is to double, but maybe you block some diagonal backwards. I don't know. On c6 it might be a bit more exposed. You might want to use this square, you might want to use this square, who knows. I was just a bit more inclined to c6 because, you know, the dark square, we do have two diagonal pieces on dark square, so I was thinking about just putting it on light square so these have a bit more mobility, but doesn't really matter. I'm not sure, yeah. Anyways, rook d7 on the board. I do like this idea of a4, even though it's very committal. Something else could be like a3, I guess. Maybe king g2, h4. But yeah, it's really hard to come up with a move here. Maybe bishop e1. And, you know, we cannot go f3 yet after rook c8. But we can also prepare it after the flexible bishop e1. And we haven't really committed to this a4 move yet. And we can still play a4. And it's just the move order that is a bit more flexible there. Looking at Kostya here, he's just locked in. Yeah, he's just locked in, it seems. Yeah, a3 I thought maybe as well, either one of those. The only problem that I saw with a3, rook d8, and, you know, maybe b4. Oh, that's the wrong move. b4. Well, first of all, we just hang the pawn, so we cannot play b4, so let's take king g2. Where are white's winning chances here? If anyone should be playing for a win in this position, it should be the black pieces, right? They have the, like, if we flip the board here, they have all the activity, all the space. They can even play something slow like g6 to create some loot. Black should be the one in the driver's seat here. And Kostya, with the higher rating, with the white pieces, is the one wanting to push for a win pretty hard here. So, yeah, a3, it shouldn't be on Kostya's radar even to go for something that slow. We really need to start fighting and try to go for that win. Bishop a5 deflection ideas if the rook was on c6. Ooh, that is very interesting as well. With like for example knight d1, rook c8. Let's say like king g2 if this moves. Bishop a5, take. We just lose that piece here, but a difference could be, for example, after something like rook d6, knight d1, rook d8. This is never gonna happen, but just to illustrate the point. Now bishop a5, if you take, then obviously we win in exchange. So that could be a small difference. That is very creative as well. The deflection potential, very creative. Knight b1 and then just push the b pawn. And you control this a3 square. Also interesting, but a bit slow. Again, we have to try to go for a win here at the white pieces. And going backward with the knight is almost never a good idea, even though knight d1 looks really good. Knight b1, I'm not sure. I think it's just too slow. We have to start fighting here. We have to try to go for something. A way to start fighting is, funny enough, bishop e1, just to stay a bit more flexible, so we can maybe play a4 here with the idea, like this idea, which is really interesting. So yeah, who knows? I thought this was the GM Kirill. No, this is not quite the GM Kirill. I forgot his last name. Kirill Shevchenko? Shevchenko is this one. What is the GM's last name? It's pretty similar, I think. Kirill, yeah, Shevchenko. So this guy just has an A instead of an E. But yeah, we got a very unfortunate pairing. We were hoping for like an up pairing here, someone over the rating of at least 2300, and yeah, we just didn't get it. Kostya meanwhile made a move. Let's see what it is. Bishop e1, it seems. Oh, no, we don't have an update yet. Even though we saw him move on the feed. Can we see what the move was? It looks like bishop e1, actually. Oh, my hair's up. It looks like bishop e1. As you can see, there's like a bishop here, it seems. Let me just... How do I show you guys? It's hard to see. I'll just make it a bit bigger just for illustrative points. Seems like there's a bishop there on the back rank for Kostya. Does seem like that. Let me just readjust it. Opponent instantly makes a move. Seems like rook d8. Let me just put this right back. Oh yeah, we got it on the board now. Bishop e1 on the board, and I think he played rook d8. So maybe a4 now, but this is exactly what we were thinking about. So I think Kostya is seeing this f3 bishop f2 e4 idea, and he indeed wants to keep it flexible, as we were discussing. Maybe playing a4 later, maybe some other move, maybe after something like rook e8, a4. Maybe we don't want that. Who knows? Maybe a4 is also the wrong idea. I mean, we don't know. But it's very interesting. I think that's gonna be cool. Why not e4 immediately? Well, if you go e4 now, we hang this pawn, I think. I think we just hang this pawn now. Here we... take the pawn, maybe? But then maybe bishop f4 is a bit annoying. Could have been a reason why you had to play rook c6 with us. Yeah, but I don't think we can drop a pawn here. Even though this looks, maybe we have some compensation, maybe getting a rook to e6. Nah, this doesn't look good. We just lose a pawn now. Yeah, the idea that we're looking at right now is this f3, let's say g6, bishop f1, and then e4, and now the pawn is protected. This is our idea. Yeah, you're good, you're good. Don't worry. Can you allow the knight b2 idea? Can you look deeper into the line if we can find anything with a4 there? So allowing it. So let's go here, g6, bishop f2, knight takes, take, a4. b5 was what I was looking at. Take. You already got b3, bishop a3. Yeah, I guess you could try to maybe trade. I mean, you also have a pass on your own, but this one is pretty fast, eh? Yeah, and they're just gonna promote here, so allowing it. How do we stop this? Bishop a3 and rook c1, bishop a3, b2, rook c1 idea. Because maybe we can go bishop e1. Then after the rook goes back somewhere, then queen b5 and trying to get this pawn. And if we win this pawn, we should be pretty much winning. That's interesting. Actually not that clear. And we cannot really let this pawn here because it's attacked so many times. We kinda are forced to go b4. And then we do get this pawn. b3 looks very natural. This knight is very restricted by this f3 move we did earlier. 1 second, I got a message. Not about the video feed, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I just disregarded. I thought b3 and it's too much, but bishop e1, eh? Maybe rook c1? Queen b5? Take. This pawn is just gonna fall. And our pieces are terribly offside, and this pawn is gonna run. Yeah, this looks good. This looks good. What if bishop d8 though? Just keeping the queen there. If take, then we can, you know, gobble up that pawn. But what if you bishop d8 doesn't threaten anything, and this pawn also hangs when we move? Yeah, it's not that clear. We do this first, yeah. We do this first. This, of course, we can just take. And now if they go back now, we do have this. Yeah. We did that first. Very interesting. We could just allow it and just go f3, bishop f2 immediately. Very interesting. But, of course, I wasted the move for black here, so black could do a move to make this stronger. He is, I mean, a5 looks weakening. It weakened square quite a bit. Maybe we could already go a4 here, and if b4 we just occupy this square, but then we do have to look at this. Now this seems good for us. Yeah, this seems, although it should be discoveries maybe, like knight take. No, this rook takes, right? Oh, this one is also hanging. What am I saying? Could have been a reason to play rook c6. Maybe, who knows? Could have been a reason. Yeah, I don't really see a useful move to, you know, stop that idea that we just looked at with allowing knight takes b2, which is really interesting too. You have to play rook takes b2. Oh, we got knight b1 on the board, suggested by someone in the chat, by Venus Chess. Very interesting. Could be to reroute the knight to d2 potentially. Could be to prepare b3 and keeping some control of this a3 square. Plus getting out of this pin with all these tactics and opening up our rooks. Pretty interesting. I thought it was a bit slow though. I don't know. This doesn't seem like a great attempt on winning chances. But I have full faith in Kostya. I'm sure he had a good thought about this. So, interesting. Very interesting. Slow and steady wins the race. We're gonna hope that that is gonna happen in this game as well. Yeah, push b3 is one of the ideas that could be possible with this move, for sure. Also about the other line with allowing knight takes b2, I don't think we had to take rook takes b2, but you know, seems interesting. But yeah, personally, I always do a little bit too little candidate moves in my calculation. Like actually, if we don't have to take, though I don't really see an good alternative, you know. a4 there is just knight takes. This doesn't do good. You just trade everything, play b5. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Maybe even b3 instead of a4. Yeah. Black A and B pawns are annoying. They are. Also, if b3 knight a5, then the rook d7 move makes more sense. Sorry. After knight b1, let's say just some waiting move to illustrate a point. b3 knight a5. Now this makes more sense. Because now you have an extra retreating square for your knight, I guess. Although the rook on c6 would have also made some sense, because you would be protecting the rook with your knight. Potentially. I know, there's argument to be made for both moves there. Interesting. Yeah, knight b1. This might have come as a surprise to the opponent. Let's see. Yeah, it seems like the opponent is a bit surprised to me. So that's a good card. Let me just see. Okay, not much more to see over there. No, he looks a bit uncomfortable. Did you guys see that shake? He was like, not sure. This is interesting, you know? The opponent finds something interesting. Didn't consider knight b1, it says. This could be a good sign for Kostya there. I meant if you trade it on c6, then knight a5 isn't protected. Oh, in that sense, yeah, that... Good point, good point. Yeah. Could very well... Yeah, that's the same idea with deflection tactic of a5. So after, like... after what did you say? Oh, after you trade, of course, yeah. So after... If you go here, let's say g6, b3 here, takes, 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 and takes, takes. Now the knight was protected, whereas if you, for example, would have to rook here, then after takes, 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 then you could take with the knight. And honestly, that's not that bad, you know? Because the knight was not really doing much here. It had to go back at some point anyways, although you could argue going to b7 would be a bit better because the ideal square is d6. I mean, I think there's arguments to be made for both sides still. But yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it's not that bad. Like both moves, they just have pluses and minuses, and it's like which one do you like more? But in a classical game, you also have to be practical. Am I gonna spend so much time deciding between such a small nuance? Revert the move order. I'll take here first, yeah? That would be a small problem, wouldn't it? That might be a small problem there. Where's that line? Again? I'm not sure. It's not gonna happen anymore anyways. Something I would like to show you guys. Let me just go into the OBS here. If we just make the board a bit smaller and then send this. Oh, not possible. 1 sec. One second. We just extend this. Oh, still not possible. What about now? Yeah. As you I should not have done that, but that's okay. As you guys can see, it's pretty hard to find an exact line we talked about because we have looked at a lot of things, as you can see already. Let me just recrop that for you guys. Okay, 1 sec. It's a very tedious work. Looks about right. Looks about right. Let's make it bigger again. Meanwhile, time is about equal again. He can get his rook on b3, maybe. He wants his rook on b5 threatening queen eventually. I don't know about that one. That seems a bit far-fetched. You cut off the a5. A little bit, maybe? Seems okay. Maybe a little bit. Let me just see there. Yeah, just a little bit, huh? Should be okay now. Although it should be a little bit to the bottom. Let me just see here. Yeah, that looks good. Wait, back to the game, sorry. Back to the game. I think it's all good now again. Knight b1 was the last move. Better? Awesome. Maybe he wants to trade a knight on d2. Yeah, that's what I illustrated earlier. This could have multiple ideas. One of the ideas is b3, whilst you control the a3 square, so that if either b jumps in, you can trade it off potentially. Another idea could indeed be knight d2 to trade off the knight. But I don't think this knight will ever move unless you play b3. Otherwise, it's gonna forever stay here, because if you take, they recapture either way, and it's really bad for us. So the knight d2, they're gonna stay here. So I think the idea is b3, like g6, b3. Then after knight a3, if you, I mean, you can trade here first. And then they kind of just lose. No, they don't. They can just do this. Interesting. But are there really winning chances here? I don't know. And Kostya really wants to win, I think. He wants to kick the knight out involving those pawns. Yeah, could be possible. Could there be an idea of playing f3, g4, and then bishop g3? Maybe if your opponent were to play knight d6. That is also pretty interesting. f3, g4. Didn't consider that one. I was looking at e4 mainly, where you protect the d4 pawn. g4 could definitely be one of the ideas. That is pretty interesting. Let me just illustrate that. Let's say d6 again, f3, and then something like knight d6, g4. Let's just keep the tension. Let's just pretend like it's not there. Maybe a5, and then bishop g3, putting the bishop on this pretty nice diagonal. And now both bishops are pretty good. This bishop, you know, has a pretty nice diagonal here, and now possibly a pretty nice diagonal here. We can also play something like king f3 or king g2, sliding one of the rooks over to help with a possible kingside attack. This is pretty interesting. And usually moves like f3 and g4 severely weaken your king, but the rooks cannot really come in, the queen cannot really come in. The knights are, well, not here, but the knights over here are pretty much dominated. They cannot really come in anywhere, so this bishop is, you know, it's a bit stuck behind its own pieces, and even when that opens up, it's quite hard to deploy it somewhere, even though it's a strong bishop. Maybe they have to play like bishop f8 to support the king a bit more. Yeah, that's very interesting. Could very well be his idea. Oh, we got some messages on YouTube. Sorry, didn't see those. Is he only playing lower rated players in this tournament? Well, he had an unfortunate loss to a very young prodigy from Poland, and then a draw versus an underrated player from China. If he would have won those games, or one of those games, he would have been playing like IMs and GMs by now. But because he has had some upset results, he's gonna have to face some of the lower rated players a bit more until he proves that he can beat them consistently, so that then he can come into like the top 20 of the tournament and face the strong players. Yeah, it's really based on results, how good your opponents are. But his idea was not to come here and only play 2100s. That was not his idea. Rook c2 is also an idea with that semi-hanging bishop on a6. This must have been a minute ago when I was looking at some lines, sorry. If I'm not mistaken, in the rook c1 line, you hung white's bishop. Very possible. I have been hanging everything during these commentaries, if I have to be completely honest. Yeah, that has happened quite a bit. I'm quite good with tactics, but I'm very bad at hanging my own pieces. Or well, good at it. I'm very bad at not hanging my own pieces. Especially in analysis. In games, it's a bit less of an issue. Otherwise, I wouldn't be the rating that I am. But yeah, in analysis, it can be a bit of an issue. Also, I believe that today is gonna be the last day that I'm commentating on the Just Dojo stream for Sitges. Unfortunately, I will be streaming for other dojoers one more round, and then I have other stuff to do that is not commentating, sadly. So this is, I think, the last stream for now with me on the Just Dojo channel. But you know, as hopefully for a while the second of Kostya, you will probably see me return in other tournaments. Maybe even alongside Kostya, possibly. Maybe we're gonna play some more tournaments together. We played Maya, for example, together. That was pretty cool. That's also where we first met, I guess. Yeah, who knows? Going back to the game, meanwhile. Knight b1, and the opponent played d6, going for a very symmetrical game. And yeah, we looked at this d6 move, basically creating some loops for the king, just, you know, a nothing move. A waiting move, just like slightly improving the position here. And now it's up to Kostya. The opponent had 10 minutes about this move, by the way. And Kostya still be like lower on time, although I'm not too worried. Kostya's a great blitz player after all the work that we've put in. He's decent on their time for sure. So yeah, g6, and now it's really up to Kostya. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna play for b3? Are you gonna play for knight d2? Are you gonna play for f3 g4? Are you gonna play for e4 at some point? It's yeah, this is essentially the moment of truth. I don't think there's a good waiting move anymore. I think he has to go for one of his ideas now. Yeah, expecting maybe f3, maybe b3, maybe knight d2. What else? Someone pointed out rook c3, but I don't think that that's ever gonna happen. a3 should also not happen. a4 maybe still? a4 could be possible. But then knight b1 is weird, yeah? Knight b1 is a little weird if you want to go a4. Oh wait, what? What just happened with the clock? The opponent just went down to 10 minutes out of nowhere. What just happened? Did you guys see that? The opponent just lost like 20 minutes of time in 1 second. Did the GTT board just do it wrong, or what happened there? I mean, I don't mind it. If he loses 20 minutes out of nowhere, I don't mind. Maybe let's look at the video camera or the camera feeds. Maybe he did something something illegal and he got a penalty. Who knows? You know? Possible. Possible. It is possible. Okay, move on the board. We see b3. So b3 was the big idea from Kostya. Just kicking out this knight and controlling the a3 square while he's doing it. And after knight a3, we looked at these exchanges. Knight a3, rook takes, something like this. I wasn't sure what's happening here. You can also do many other ways of exchanging everything. You can maybe also not exchange much more with something like knight c3, but that looks a little weird because we're just killing ourselves here. And we're not really making that much progress, although I guess this knight is a bit stuck now. And after b4 we do get this very nice knight a4 square, and b5 is a bit less attractive, but Yeah, and they cannot take because the queen hangs there. So that's possible. You could get the knight a4 if they play b4. And we could also go back to d2 potentially to support the rook, or maybe queen d1 or queen d2. F and then, you know, f3 bishop f2 after that, or f3 g4. There are some ideas here. There is some idea. Yeah, it's really up to the opponent what to do here. It is possible to just do like king g7. That is possible. I just noticed. Because after you take the knight, they can recapture with the d pawn, and now the bishop is trapped. And you're gonna lose the bishop back. And yeah, it's not that yeah, I mean, you could do it on f5 and maybe like damage the structure a bit, but I mean, these rooks are now just horrible. And they have the open file, they have to protect the fast pawn, that's not good. Maybe we can sacrifice here, and then... Or is it just winning a pawn back? No, because at the end of the line, our knight hangs. So after takes, we would have to play maybe like knight d2. That's also possible. And I actually like this. Our structure's a little bit better. We have a clear target. If they push, I think we can just go back, and now there's like a billion attackers on this pawn. And I'm not sure... Well, he could be able to defend. Then e4 potentially. If he defends like this, there could be a3 and maybe like queen d2, e4, and takes potentially. Who knows? He goes to knight a3, however. And yeah, I think we're gonna see at least one trade, and then either knight c3 or maybe just trade well, not like that, because then the rook hangs. Maybe trade everything, but I don't think Coach is gonna do this. This is way too drawish. Yeah, maybe just knight c3 here. Could be very interesting. Never b4, of course, because of knight a4 we just discussed. So what could black do here? Well, this knight is a bit of an issue. We could play like... Oh, we cannot play rook c2. We could play like bishop d2. It's really hard to get the bishop to c1, yeah? Interesting. I mean, we can also just leave it here. They can never really play this unless they fix this knight a4 coming with tempo. So maybe queen b7, preparing b4, and then we would have to play something like bishop d2 or queen d2, or maybe queen b2 all the way. Who knows? It's very interesting here. And we see one trade of the rook. If he trades another, that's almost a draw offer, which I would not like to see. Kostya thinking, evaluating the different lines. It looks like time returned to the opponent. Yeah, it's weird. It's like going back and forth. Rook d1, it seems like Kostya played. Oh no, queen b2. Okay, I was like, I thought he split something over along the back rank, but okay, it was his queen, thank god. Rook d1 would be a really weird move. Queen b2, the one we looked at just now. Now b4 is an obvious move to, well, it's already protected, I guess. An obvious move would be to trade, I guess, and, you know, try to go for a draw here. And yeah, it's really hard to see how white can try to win this. Black can just put like a knight on d6 and just like start shuffling the king and just say, you're not gonna win this. And that would be a bit problematic. Yeah. Seems like this is a really solid game from both players so far, and it looks like it's heading to a draw, which is not good. Yeah. Rook takes, queen takes, knight takes. And we can take with the bishop to keep the file, but how are we ever gonna win this? Even though we have the bishop pair, it's like almost perfect symmetry, except these pawns are like one square further up the board than ours, which is bad for us. And we have the bishop pair for, you know, these being one up. But yeah, I mean, if we could like, you know, create any imbalance in the pawn structure, then we would have maybe chance if it was maybe a bit more open. Like if they would be missing this pawn and we would be missing this pawn, we would be very happy. But yeah, it's not gonna happen. They can just go like a5, b4, and you know, where are our winning chances here? We would have to go for f3, bishop f2, bishop d3, and honestly, our only winning chance here is a flag, which is not happening in classical chess. Yeah, I mean, probably bishop d3 first to control this diagonal, and then f3 and bishop. I don't like it at all. Yeah, if the opponent wants, he can just take a draw, I think, with knight takes b1. Or rook takes c1. I think both are fine, right? This is forced. This. Yeah, this just loses, this just loses, so you're forced to recapture. Yeah, and then take the bishop, I guess. I don't know, this looks like a draw. This looks like a draw. Yeah, I think it would have been better to just keep these pawns here, potentially. Because this was never really an idea, so, you know, knight d1, f3, either bishop f2 or g4. And try to, you know, keep pieces on the board, try to create anything. Yeah. This is not ideal for us. Knight takes b1 plate on the board. Gonna see bishop takes b1 potentially. So that we oh, that would be nice. That would be nice. Bishop takes so that we keep the diagonal, but I mean they can honestly just try to like get a queen behind and then trade. And then maybe we are forced to trade and like black is the one maybe pushing for a win here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not liking what I'm seeing here too much. How do you evaluate the endgame with two bishops against knight and bishop without queens? Without queens, you say. Meanwhile, we have yeah, trades on the board with the queen. Let's just illustrate the point that I got asked about. Let's say king g2 without the queens, yeah. Well, if we look at this and we look at the four minor pieces, because everything else is essentially symmetrical, so it should be a draw, but this bishop, it's a strong bishop, because our pawns are on dark squares mainly, right? But it cannot do anything anywhere except maybe support a pawn break like a4. And this bishop kind of gets cancelled out by this bishop, plus it's kind of stuck behind our pawns, so yeah, something like, let's say we do like h3, if a5, this bishop, well, we hang the pawn. Let's just do another move. Like, this bishop is now forever dead, but this knight, you know, it can hop around. If it, you know, tries to maneuver on only dark squares, I don't know how you would do that exactly, because it's bishop is kind of dominating. But yeah, if this guy, you know, this guy gets active, it might be a problem, whilst this guy can never get active. I guess f3. Yeah, I think it's a draw, of course, because of the symmetry of the structure. But I would say the knight might be slightly better than the bishop, even though we have the bishop pair. Now, let's say these four pawns were gone, then the bishop pair should be stronger because it's a more open position, and then, you know, we could try to maybe create a passed pawn somewhere where the bishop would be phenomenal compared to the knight, but yeah. In a closed position with the queens off, rooks off, just these four minor pieces, I think I would take the knight and the bishop. Plus the knight and the bishop have a bit more advancement, you know? I guess. Hard to say. Knight d6 I thought as well. Yeah, knight d6 is for sure the ideal square for that black knight. Yeah, not loving all of this. Well, the opponent is thinking here, since we are using Anushka's camera and she is part of the chess dojo, we can quickly check on our dojo friends in the tournament. Here we have Anushka Narasani. She's clearly on 2 out of 5. If she wins this game, she's gonna be on 50%, which would be pretty nice. Although one of the points comes from a forfeit. But yeah, it seems like he has a very good position here. Even though it's equal material, rook and game, both rooks on the board. If you're looking at these rooks, you can very clearly see our rooks are doing stuff. Their rooks are defending. They're stuck behind their own pawns. They don't have much mobility. We have a clear weakness, a way better structure, more space, safer king, I would say. So yeah, I think this is like very good for white. This looks phenomenal. So definitely think Anushka is gonna. Well, it's for sure a 2-result game, but I think she's gonna win this. Now, if we go to Matthew, which we were looking at for the opening, he's playing with the black pieces here. And it seems like there's a rook missing. How did that happen? I see a blunder here. And the rook is hanging. So if we would have recaptured, there would have maybe been this annoying fork. And if they would have taken immediately. I mean, this also looks really bad, no? I don't like this. But then the opponent found the sacrifice and just winning a rook. No, not winning a rook, just winning a pawn. So how did he lose more? I guess the pawn is about to promote, yeah? He blocked the promotion square. But now the rook is coming into e8. And he just had to sacrifice a piece. Yeah, that's rough. That is rough. If we go back to the opening, I obviously helped him prepare, and here I had prepared knight d4, queen e3, knight f5 for him, where the queen would have to shuffle, and you would get these nice tempos to get his knight on a nice square, and then something like bishop c5 and castles, I believe we looked at, with maybe bishop d7, bishop c6, and this seems a bit more comfortable for white than for black in my eyes. So yeah, unfortunate results here because he's gonna lose this game. Yeah, unfortunate there. Let's go back to Kostya, however. We quickly checked on our friends from the dojo. Back to the sensei. Okay, the opponent decided against trading rooks on Kostya's turn, giving him the file, which is very understandable. And he's just gonna put the knight on d6 and, you know, have a comfortable position where it's pretty drawish. White want to lose the queens, I think. They can't protect f3, e4. Or then they can. That's yeah. Yeah, I was looking at that. When we get to this endgame with just the bishops, I was looking at f3, bishop f4, bishop f2, and e4. We don't even need bishop f2 anymore. And then we might be able to break open the center, create some targets. Sure, change the pawn structure, but it should still be a draw. Like, realistically, that should still be a draw, because he gets the knight to d6, control e4. And after some trades happen, it should still be a draw here with the symmetrical structure. Yeah, we do have the bishop pair, but yeah, I know. Should be a draw. But yeah, I think losing trading the queens and the rooks might be the best way to do something, but then still a very small something we've got to work with, like, ooh, A4. Striking at the side of the board here. Maybe trying to create, you know, a structure like this. Of course, it could be, oh, it's back to move. Okay, let's say just straight, and how do I do this? King G2. Now let's just trade everything to illustrate the point. This pawn is quite weak, yeah? If knight C4 is possible here to block the diagonal. Okay, let's say something like this. Kostya could be trying to get to something like this where the pawn is always going to be targeted, no matter on what color it is, but our pawn is not that touchable. For example, like bishop c3 stopping knight b2, and on knight b6 we can maybe take. We can also push, and then, well, then he comes back, yeah. We could take and maybe try to trap this knight. Could be an interesting idea. If he has to go down now, we're gonna start trapping it. So possible. You could get the opponent to blunder there and some time trouble maybe. But yeah, interesting idea here with a4. But I don't think the opponent has to engage with any of it. I think he can just continue with his own plan. Knight d6. If we trade, of course, he just recaptures, gets the file. And he can always keep the queens on if he wants. Although our queen would be stronger than his queen there, so maybe trade. Then the knight somewhere, not sure. Maybe reroute the bishop. Anyways, we gotta move on the board. b4. It's closing down this queen side, and this is essentially a draw offer. He's gonna try to close the entire position, but what I do like here for Kostya is that now we do have this open line for the bishop over here. So we could at some point maybe try to infiltrate a little bit. There's still the idea of f3, bishop f2. I don't know. It seems like a bit too much of a desperate attempt to keep it as drawish as possible. I think the best would just be to ignore it and go knight d6, because if we ever take, you can probably take with the knight, and I think if anyone is playing for a win here, if we flip the board, it's not that clear actually. Yeah, I mean it should be a draw, but I don't know. It's not that clear. We do have a stronghold on b4 with the black pieces after something like a5, and this bishop is not that good. I think black should be the one playing for a win there, even though it should be drawn. We have some moves on the board here. After b4 we saw the trade happen, and now I'm expecting either queen c2 or queen c1 taking the file and trying to trade these queens as we talked about, and then going for e4 and, you know, trying to hunt these pawns. Okay, we see queen c2, expected. But again, very hard to win this. Very hard to win this. Kostya's really gonna have to show off his scores here. What can his scores really do? End games 101. It's pretty surprising to me that the opponent didn't take with the queen. Why would he not take with the queen here, but instead with the knight? Because I think the knight wants to end up on d6. Yeah, even if a5, yeah, there's not really a reason to have the knight over here. Plus, there would have been a clear reason to have the queen over here. Oh, the pawn hangs. Okay, I missed that the pawn hangs. Oop. Sorry, something is going wrong here. Okay. Okay, something is happening. What? Okay, now it's good again. I heard a notification. What happens? Joe Brune. Thank you to Joe Brune for the raid. Joe, we actually turned your camera into a Kostya camera, as you can see at the bottom right here. Your power went out. Oh, that's not good. I actually just covered Anushka's and Matt's game like 2 minutes ago. Just, as a quick thank you for letting us use the camera. I just covered their games really quick. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. We just looked at it. I think Matt is unfortunately gonna lose the game. Actually, helps Matt prepare Joe. But he forgot the preparation a little bit. After, I think it was Queen E3, we can quickly go to his game. Because Coach's game is quite drawish over there. Okay, was this the game? No, this doesn't seem like the game. This is the game. If we go here, you guys can see this, right? Yeah. If we go here to the game, in this position, I had recommended to Matt to go knight d4, and after some like queen e3 or queen e1, the only moves, to go knight f5, and they would have to, go back. And then we get a very comfortable position here. We can go like bishop d7, bishop c6, we can get this bishop out somewhere, castle. But yeah, he forgot about that and instead got this position where I think he misremembered which bishop to reroute like that. And yeah, here his bishop is just not that good. Yeah, the space, attacked his king. He blundered the tactic there and yeah, lost the game. Unfortunate. Let's go to Anushka. Yeah, you already covered the whole game. Let's go to the point where I rejoined. We started looking here. I built the rook c3, just defending the pawn, and our rooks are way more active. She went for rook c4, however, because you don't really have to protect the pawn, because then you take and you just win the game. Yeah, rook c4. I'm not sure why rook c4 per se. Maybe to go rook b4 potentially at some point, or to put a4 and then rook b4. Let's see what happens. Yeah, a4 to go rook b4. Opponents might want to go a5 and h5 and g4 here. Okay, it goes rook b6 to stop rook b4 from happening. But now maybe a5 can happen, and after a5, for example, rook h6, now this should be completely winning. And if you go somewhere else, maybe check, then you can just take the pawn next up. So yeah, I think she should play a5 here, and it looks really good for Anushka. Yeah, her game. So I know, Joe. I know. Hello, Stem. How are you? How's Kostya doing? Hello, Christ Dummy. Good to see you. Raidu. Okay. We're gonna give you a little timeout over there. That is a really weird question. When does the winning happen? Oh, we just heard a move being played, a5. Well, after rook h6, rook b4, I think the winning is gonna happen over here. Where, we're just gonna infiltrate with the rook. And they are essentially paralyzed. There's not really anything that black can do here. And we have a free roll. We still have to win. That is very much true. But when we get the rook behind the king somewhere, it's gonna be really hard for black to hold on. Plus, this rook is forever imprisoned if we just keep this pawn protected. And we got the rook a6, yeah. This looks awful for black. Absolutely awful. Let me just create a second tab here so we can keep track of Kostya's game as well. Sorry for the stream looking a bit weird for a second. Let's go to Kostya's game. We see f5 in Kostya's game. Interesting. So, what did we miss? We saw a5 closing the position, now f5. It's keeping everything completely closed. Kostya went for king g2, just a waiting move. But now for f3, okay. I think bishop f2, but now e4 is not as pleasant as it was. Although still a good idea, maybe? But yeah, it's gonna be really hard to create winning chances here, for sure. The best way would be to trade the queens, but how are we ever gonna do that? Maybe bishop e2, queen d3, and then getting the queen in somewhere, but the knight covers those squares. Maybe that's why he wanted the knight on c7, to stop the bishop and queen from infiltrating along this diagonal. Could be very interesting. Let's go to Anushka's game. Yeah, still on rook a6, so let's stay here. We see queen b7 being played. Oh, Joe, if you're still on the stream, I guess you can join me for like an interview with Anushka when she's finished if you want. Could be possible. Okay. It's a very weird topic, Igota, so let's not discuss that around here. Is that why he played rook c7? Yeah, that would have been really weird. If Kostya's game turned into this, that would have been really weird, but really good. Okay, Anushka deciding on e5, taking the king back. I thought that we would start with rook b4, getting the rook behind, and then maybe e5. With the rook behind already. I thought that was really interesting. But okay, she goes for e5 immediately, putting the king back to d7. That is forced, because otherwise she would just, he would just lose the pawn. And now she can still go to b4, but I thought it was a bit more flexible to keep this in our pocket, because they can never really stop it. Yeah, that on the board. I heard a move with Kostya's board as well. g4. Okay, Kostya's going for it. He's trying to win this game. He's gonna put this bishop on this long diagonal and try to break apart the king side here, and put this diagonal to use. That is his plan here. So we're getting some action on both boards. This is amazing. Yeah, really like this for Kostya, but you know, after let's say king g7 takes, I guess we get a target now. And if takes, you know, we get this, we got some lines here. So maybe something like, I don't know exactly. Maybe king f1 could be interesting. Sliding the pieces across and infiltrating over here. Kostya's finding a way to create some winning chances here, like serious winning chances. Meanwhile, Anushka going g3. That is pretty interesting. I think her idea is that she was a bit unsure about the opponent pushing these pawns with the pinned f pawn. And she basically just wants to be able to trade and play f4, after which she can play king g2, and now both rooks are not doing anything. The only problem that I saw here is maybe rook h8, and now your rook is not infiltrating anymore. And now I'm not sure. You can still maybe, you know, try to get f5 to work, and maybe go for like a zugzwang somewhere. That could be interesting, but the opponent should be able to shuffle. I don't know, I think she's going a bit wrong here. I think she should have taken this b file. But I mean, it still looks phenomenal. I would be surprised if this is not winning anymore, but it seems a little inaccurate to me. I'm not sure. It still looks winning, very much so. Kostya is also up 6 minutes on the clock. This is not like a glitch. This is legit 6 minutes, and the opponent is thinking. That's good. I can join unless it's from my phone, but I wouldn't worry about me. Sounds good, Joe. If you can just send a message to Anushka that she can join me on the stream then, and we just go over her game on the Chess Dojo channel, could be possible. So she can at least, you know, let her thoughts know to the stream, to the viewers. That would be nice, I think, for her. Is that why he played rook c7 to get the knight there? Hell yeah. Yeah. That's possible, that's possible. Always play to win, playing to lose is weak. Very much so. I am 100% behind that statement. I have lost a few classical games because of it though. I was like over pushing my positions and just losing. But then I got to a point where I was very much like, okay, if it's a draw, I should just take the draw. So I accepted like 3 draw offers in like a 9-round tournament, and each game I had a winning chance, so I shouldn't have. And now I think I'm in the balanced position where, you know, I tried to go for a win, but not too hard. But yeah, I think this is a pretty risk-free way of playing because, you know, how are they gonna really create a real threat against our weakened king after we, push our pawns? I don't really see it happen. I think that our bishops are gonna be plenty of support around our king. We have the c file, you have the bishop pair. Yeah, I am liking this now that he's played this f3 g4 idea. Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen here. He's a great endgame player. You would expect that a 2350 with a chessable course about endgames can outplay a 2100 in an endgame. Just saying. Okay, I like this. If they recapture with the e-pawn, there's an isolated pawn that we can target. Potentially, if they take with the f-pawn, now we get this open g-file. I heard a move at Anushka's board. Yeah, the opponent is just taking the 8th rank. After Anushka went rook c1. He went rook f5, rook c1, rook f8, so he's just shuffling. But yeah, I'm not sure. It should very much still be winning. Maybe she can try like king e3, rook h1, h4, and create multiple ways in. But I mean, if the opponent gets rook b1 and rook b8 in, it's a bit unclear to me. Like the rook is gonna land on b5. I think it's needed to play rook b1 here. We need to control this b file. Move on Kostya's board. Okay, he recaptured with the g-pawn, but now maybe like king f1 or maybe even king h3, although that looks a bit too dangerous. I think king h1 and maybe the queen can come in here, the bishop can come in. You don't even have to move the king immediately, you can start with bishop g3. What does Kostya do? Bishop g3 indeed, just starting with it immediately. Yeah, now this bishop is actually very active. And we just have to find a way to open up this diagonal. e4 is very weakening. So I'm not sure if you would be inclined to do that. Maybe a bishop to b5 and then maybe f. Yeah, maybe the bishop in, then f4 and trying to get a queen around to h5. There are some ideas. Who knows? But yeah, very interesting games on both boards all of a sudden. Also, since we are gonna cover Anushka's game to its entirety now, we should also have an Anushka camera. Let me just set it up whilst you guys enjoy the games over here. We got the rook b1, very good, controlling the b file, which you need to do to try to play this for a win. If you allow this in, black might start playing for a win, although that's a bit too much probably. Yeah, and this ever, like, you can always trade and play f4, king d2, and that should be only whites with winning chances. I'll leave you guys on Kostya while I get an Anushka camera here. Bishop b5. Yeah, bishop b5, I'll point that out. Did I hear a move? Oh, that was Anushka's. No, that was Kostya. No, that was Anushka's board. Just going back to f5, but now we get rook b8. Wait a minute. Now we get in. And now we can try to target some stuff maybe, I'm seeing this, ladder will check here. Who knows what's gonna happen now? This looks really good. I think the opponent had to shuffle along the 8th rank instead of the f-file. This seems wrong. Yeah, this is great for Anushka. I'm gonna give you guys... Oh, she did not do it. She just went king e3. I mean, if the opponent starts doing this the whole time, then for sure she can still get the rook in, but I'm not sure. This seems a bit wrong. I wanted the rook on b8. You can always play king e3 later, I'll leave you guys here whilst I get a camera. How do I do this though? Let me just make my camera a bit smaller for you guys. Put this a bit higher. And we're just gonna ignore the box over here and just do it like this, I think. Yeah, I think that's the best we can do. Medium, medium. I can just actually just duplicate this one. 1 sec. Let me remove this one. Where's the duplicate option? Copy I can do. Okay, let's do this. Now we have two of the same cameras, but if we drag it down a little bit, a little much, and we make it like huge, there's Anushka. There's our opponent. Oh, that's the media person from the tournament, so that's also pretty fun. Okay, now we have both the videos on the screen, so that's nice. There we go. Awesome. Let me just actually make them a little bit smaller. Like this, maybe? Doesn't have to be perfect, right? It's just something quick. And then we can add a source. Anushka dojo member also playing pitches. Oops. Also, guys, if you see Matt anywhere, Matt can also join the stream if he wants. He's more than welcome to join the stream if he wants to do that. If not, then that's also totally fine, of course. Let me just do this quickly. Black, there we go. I am actually commentating for Anushka and Matt tomorrow, which is pretty funny that I'm doing it for Anushka now. There we go. Yeah, this should be good. This should be good. My camera a little bit bigger. Let's go back to the game. Bridge B5 coach's position is looking way better now. Okay, yeah, we activated this bishop, but we still have to activate these two. We saw this position from afar. Opponent is gonna maybe try to use the G file now, and it looked good, but still, winning chances are not that clear to me. Not that clear to me. Yeah, I would have tried king f1 as well. Maybe trying to get a queen across to the G file and create some problems with queen h3. But we also have to be worried about a queen coming in and infiltrating along the C file. So if this queen moves, this queen comes in. So if this queen moves first somewhere, then we can come in here, and I guess the queen cannot really come in here. So I think we just have to pretend like we're gonna use the G file to bait their queen to the G file, and then we can infiltrate whilst they can. So maybe that's an idea. Although they could try to go like this, but that takes way too much time. And then we can probably even go like king f2, bishop f1, and king e2, and you know, everything seems to be protected over there. And this bishop is not doing much anyway, so you know, keeping the king safe is a big job for this bishop. So yeah, it's looking good. I think Kostya can try to outplay his opponent. He's up quite a lot on time, but objectively, this should be drawish. Objectively. It's still equal structure. The only real difference is the bishop pair versus non-bishop pair, and this bishop is not doing much yet. We do have the C file. If anyone is trying to win, it's white, but it should be drawish. But I'm really hoping that Kostya can win, of course. Don't take it wrong. Rook b1. This, this is going the wrong direction, I think. What happens if rook b8 now? I guess we are gonna try to break through over here and just create a passed pawn. That is a pretty strong idea, actually. Like f3, for example. If take, you could honestly even push, maybe. That could be possible. And if take takes, you're gonna get this pawn back anyways. And here, I guess rook d1 could be no, but then they just take. I guess you can play rook a1, just keeping this pawn protected, keeping this rook in jail, and you're just gonna run the pawn up the board, grab this pawn, and win the game. Really interesting idea. I thought we would want to get the rook behind the pawns, but behind our pawns to push one is also very interesting. Meanwhile, the opponent, yeah, he's not playing rook b8 yet, so he's still deciding. I think Anushka should still be winning with this idea of creating a passer and pushing it. But yeah, I would have done it through b8 and getting behind the pawns, and then maybe creating one with the rook in front of it is a bit bad though, so maybe this is actually better. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, opponent going king f8, probably going to d7 and then maybe trading queens, maybe putting the queen on g file, where the queen of ours cannot really infiltrate because of the king. You know, this is some, you know, decent level chess. They know what they're doing. Yeah, but let's see what's gonna happen here. If they trade queens, are we still really, like, happy about that, to trade queens here? I'm not sure. A lot has changed since the last time we evaluated that. But yeah. Some beginners might think, oh, we can take, and give a check. But they just move, and yeah. We want to keep pieces on the board to create winning chances. Now we have opposite color bishops, and this should end in a draw pretty easily, which is not what we want. So we really want to keep these pieces on the board. If even one pair of pieces, except for the queens, maybe comes off, then it's a draw, pretty much. Something he's wrong. I might be wrong about that. Yeah, I might be wrong. Black's queen is so limited. Okay, but the pesky. What happens after? I don't know. Let's say just to illustrate the point, we shuffle. Not there. We shuffle here, and the queen comes to c6. If we trade, we should be the one playing for a win, but I think it's very drawish. And if we don't trade, then you know this should already should be losing. No? And yeah, we're just losing a piece here. So I guess you can block, but then this pawn comes under attack. This is under attack, maybe. I don't know. It's not that clear to me. So yeah, I think that's the opponent's attempt here to get queen c6 in. Kostya giving up the c file to get in, and if the bishop blocks, then you obviously win the game over here. In a billion ways, I would assume. Maybe just even this. I mean, you can also just take the pawn and run the king up. No check. Yeah, very interesting. Kostya going in, but with queen c6, queen g8, king b7. If you try to get too creative, then this queen comes in, and this should at least be a draw for black, so I don't know. Getting spicy though. Meanwhile, in Anushka's game, rook d7 on the board after f3. Interesting, trying to replace the pawn with a rook and keeping this close. But then the f-file opens up and you get in, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm pretty sure she's winning here, but she still has to be a bit accurate. He made the time control, I think, so she should be able to convert this. I think you can just take and go like g4. If they take, you take back with the rook. If take, this should be just winning. And if here, it should also be winning. This rook is forever stuck, so you can just walk to g3 and just slowly push your pieces off the board like this. Yeah. Slowly Block the piece of the board. I can illustrate it. Just don't mind the moves for black. Let's do it a little different. Here, and you're just gonna try to walk up your. I guess you just move the rook. You're just gonna try to walk up your pawn like this. And here you already have to rate and lose the game. So yeah, I think that's an idea. If you go back, f4 should also just win the game because the king gets super active. The rook can only shuffle here. If this king moves, we can probably play rook c6 to get the king back. Maybe even go for check. The rook here is possible. Try to push this guy, and if you go here, you already lose the pawn. Yeah, this looks like game over actually. She's just totally winning here in like many ways. This is amazing for Anushka. She goes for f4, which I just illustrated. That's beautiful. And if you don't take, we get an outside, not outside pass pawn. We got the protected pass pawn, which is for sure gonna win us the game. Back to Kostya's game, his opponent indeed just takes the c file. He offers a queen trade like this. I know how you would recapture. Probably with the knight, yeah? So that's possible. So if we wanted the queen trade really bad, we just earned it, I guess. Because if you go here, you can just take because it spins, yeah? And you can also just win the pawn if not for that. Although here you do get in. Maybe here you get the pawn. Pretty interesting. Although you also have mating ideas potentially of coming here. No, actually no. Very interesting for sure. What is happening? I heard some moves. Okay, that's on the Anushka's board. But yeah. Interesting. We do have this outside pass pawn as well. Like maybe take. Nah, they're too fast. You have to check. I don't know. End games are definitely not my strong suit. This is I would need like David Pruitt to analyze all of this, to be honest. But I mean, if anyone is playing for the win, it should be Kostya now. But again, it's pretty hard, I think. Yeah, it's pretty hard. Although, either there's a concrete way to win somewhere, or we should just be a little better, I guess. Although it is pretty scary. We might lose this B pawn, and this pawn becomes pretty strong. But okay, 6 moves until the time control. Coach has plenty of time, the opponent doesn't, so let's see what happens. Maybe he blunders at some point. I think Kostya can maybe win that. Who knows? Queen g8. Oh, sorry. Let's go back to look at that. Sorry, Dapetsky. Oh, we gotta move here though. We could honestly go maybe h4 and just lock this down, and if a check, we can obviously go gobble up these pawns. And if not a check, we're just gonna get our rook in and across, and you know, we're just gonna win the pawns, one way or another. We control this knight square. Yeah, I mean, this rook is dominated. This is just completely winning. If you take, this should also be completely winning, but a bit less convincingly, I would say. I guess you just go in, yeah? Just go for this pawn. Ah, you just push. That's nice. I think this is really clean. This one would be... Maybe there's a chance for black to hold. Like, if you, for example, do this. This doesn't look super clear to me. Although, of course, the rook is always trapped, so it should always be winning. Like after this, you always have check, for example, and you're gonna, you know, already push the pawn. It's really really tough. But yeah, I think h5 is h4 is definitely the move here. Go back to Kostya. No move yet, but we got some suggestions in the chat. That B pawn is super slow as well, though if the H pawn is free, they take the same 10 piece and screen it to wait 2 moves to get out of the way. That's a good point. Queen G8, Queen H7, push H pawn. Queen G8, Queen H7, push the H pawn. I mean, yeah, it's pretty fast. The bishop's kind of supported. It's really hard to stop it with these two pieces. We just have to be worried about perpetual check, which I don't think is that big of a worry if we give up these 2 pawns. Yeah, then it's a race. It's a race. I guess we can also check. No, we don't, because the bishop is gonna be here with the king. I mean, it's gonna be a race. Kostya's gonna have to calculate it, but I think if that works, which it looks good. Yeah, I mean, Kostya should be going for the win. And if not, if he calculates it and it doesn't work, then I don't think he has that much risk. I think he should always be able to get like a perpetual check by swarming the king potentially. So yeah, we'll see. I think he has good chances. He is tanking a little bit, so I think he's calculating Queen G8, Queen H7 and pushing the H pawn. He gives the check, as we're talking about it. I don't think he's gonna trade the queens. I think he should take the pawn, as you said, but it's tricky. He trades the queens. That is not what I thought. That is not what I thought. So if knight takes, maybe e4. But if the knight just comes back, then you lose pawns. You have to take once at least. Oops. Here you would be winning a pawn, but it's opposite color bishop, so... Yeah, I don't think we can take here. That would always be a draw, so maybe just take, then move the bishop somewhere. Be here. Could also try to target this pawn. Could also try to dominate this knight. I don't know. There's too much happening in this endgame. Oh, we can just take this pawn, sorry. We can just take that pawn right now. So yeah, e4. Takes, push. Gonna get bishop g5 in. Gonna get the knight to d5. Knight into c3 potentially. It looks drawish. I thought it was the, you know, take the pawn. This back. Start running up the board. I mean, this b pawn is fast, so it's not as slow as I thought. It's pretty fast. It's pretty fast. I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay. Rook h1. I mean, it's a good move. If they take, you take, and you get the target. But I thought h4 was just game over. Okay, we got takes with the king and king g2. He's just gonna try to walk in his king potentially. Although it is purely blockaded. So is he gonna try to trade off the bishops and then balk his king all the way to h7? I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, he's going for that. He is going for that, but it is blockaded right now. So I think he would maybe have to trade the bishops to get through the line here. Yeah. I mean, that could be possible. Let's say the king comes back, trying to run over. Yeah, they're fast. And these pawns are sorry, are on dark square, so the only targets we have are over here, which can be very well protected by like a knight somewhere, like knight on g5, maybe, you know, knight on f8, knight on f6, and a king on f7 would do the job. Like, I don't know, this looks pretty drawish to me. But I mean, taking here and allowing this is also very dangerous. Like, I can understand both sides. Okay, knight f7. If they manage to trade these two pieces, then it's 1000% a draw. So I think we have to draw back to g3, and then try to go for the straight and walk in. It's drawish. It's drawish. There's so much to say there. Meanwhile, rook h1, king f7. Interesting moves. Maybe she wants to trade now and get the rook in, but then rook takes, rook takes. Yeah, this was also winning, we saw. And you get here, you grab another pawn, and you're gonna get a 2-1-0. I know, I just personally really liked h4 myself. I know about you guys, but this looked like a really nice move here. I'm just gonna, you know, gonna infiltrate, and together with the king, you should be able to push this pawn forward. Like if this, oh, it's glitchy again. Like this looks like completely dominating to me. We gotta move. H takes g4. Okay, she's gonna try to open up the rook and get in like this. If rook takes, check, we win. If pawn takes, you come here and you're gonna win. So rook, yeah, I guess you can take here, but then check, and this should also be winning. Because if you go after this pawn, we can just push it. We're gonna collect this. Yeah, this should all be winning actually. This is perfectly fine by Anushka. Opponent takes back with the pawn. Kostya is still thinking on how to play this for a win. Let's see how it's looking on the video camera, video feed. He made a move. Still seems to be locked in on the game. Definitely not like, okay, it's a draw. Anushka's opponent seems to be a little nervous in my eyes. Let's actually crop this correctly. This is not what I want to see. I want to see the full Kostya there. Not Anushka's opponent on that view as well. Let's go there. Kostya glancing on over to the camera for a second there. Now back locked in on the game. Yeah, and the pure race queen e7 doesn't work. Yeah. So it will be really tricky. And I guess Kostya just wanted to go for this, and he's actually putting a lot of pressure on the clock. So who knows what's gonna happen here. Opponent down to 1 minute for only 2 moves to be fair, but still, you know, some wrong decisions could be made at move 39. That is the common theme. But yeah, it's pretty drawish. Kostya playing bishop g7 to keep the pieces on. I would have liked to see bishop g3 to try and trade off these pieces so the king can walk in. Maybe he wants to walk this way, although that looks a bit weird. King d7 is a good move in my opinion. Oh, Anushka just won a pawn here. And this rook is forever gonna be locked in, so if this is just game over immediately, resign. And if you don't trade rooks, the rook is gonna come here and that's also resignable, so Anushka should be winning very shortly there. I am meanwhile, while these games are going on, gonna go and grab some water. I'm quite thirsty, so I'm gonna leave you guys with Kostya's game because Anushka should be completely winning. I'll be right back. See you guys in a bit. Oh, meanwhile, YouTube, have you guys been saying stuff? Queen f2 to g3, huge winning chances. I'm not sure. Who's the Dutch coach? I am Sam. Sam is WT on Twitch. Sam van der Hoek in real life. You can search him out on Fide. Yeah, I'm its coach slash second. Rook c2 is also an idea with that semi hanging bishop on a6. Which must have been from a. Oh yeah, that's a long time ago. That message. Yeah. Queen f2, queen d3. That must have been after g4. But then you give up the c file. Not so clear. I don't know. All not so clear. In this position, coach has to find a way to push for a win. He tries it with e4. Yeah, and I'm going for a drink. I am going for a drink. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Ooh, we see a capture. I don't like this for the black pieces. On move 39 as well, that's a good sign for us. I was opted to take like this with black. So that you can here like push the pawn. Because if you take like this one becomes a little... I just didn't like it. I just didn't like it. Now you have to essentially trade everything off. Like this, where the bishop should become very strong, or go for what he did, knight d6, but I don't know. Maybe even king f3 is possible. Same color bishop should benefit us over here with our pawns on light squares and dirt on dark squares. Like takes, if everything comes up, something like this, probably, no, we would want h3. If h4, that would be h5, and now they also have a target. So h3, and I think we are the only one playing for a win by far. We're gonna put the bishop on e3 and just like walk our king in somewhere, either here or here. And it looks really dangerous for black all of a sudden. So, I don't know. I don't like this d take. And I don't like knight d2. Knight d6, sorry. I don't like this for black. We might have winning chances now. I thought just takes, and I don't know, this bishop somewhere, or the king up, or this pawn up, something. Not sure. Maybe here looks okay. Well, no. Then takes, and you take the pawn. So pawn up. Trying to go to h4. We take. Now you already have the fork, yeah? Okay, it's not that it was not that easy. E4 is actually a great attempt. Maybe you just leave it. You just do nothing and you just go like here or something like this. Maybe you get the knight around somewhere. It's not that clear what you have to do here. E4 is a very good try. Way better try than I thought. I thought it was, oh, it's draws, you know, but E4 it's really good. Yeah, he got a good pawns now, exactly. I think he might have been planning this the whole time. Trying to get a pawns on the opposite color as this bishop. And getting a super comfortable endgame. Could be it. He probably evaluated it like that when he traded the queens. These pawns on are the different colors, so I should always be better in the endgame. And I can keep my pawns on light squares here, and when I break through, I can trade this guy, and I'm the only one who should be winning. My king is gonna be a lot more active. You know, he could have thought of could have thought about all of that in advance all the way back there. Really impressive if he did. So I'm looking at king f3 here. Going back to Anushka's game. Okay, she traded the rooks. This rook is in prison. Mate in 12 by the engine. It's mate. This is game over. We should be, he just resigned. Yep. putting the pieces back on the board. So if there's anyone in chat, like one of you know, one of the friends of me and Anushka, I don't know how Anushka wants to do like a recap if Joe is not there. I'm gonna send her a message on WhatsApp to see if she wants to hop on. But yeah, I know how else to reach her. Okay, I sent Anushka a message. All good, Joe. All good. It happens. Not your fault, of course. Yeah, that's rough though. That the power cuts out mid commentary. That would be so annoying. That would be so annoying. Oh, sorry, I am on the wrong board by the way, because this game just ended. We should be looking at Kostya now. Yeah, 96. Kostya just hit the time control, so he's gonna go for a very long think here. I would assume, to calculate the whole endgame, like every single pawn and king up on endgame. So we have all the time to go and talk about the game with Anushka. We had a storm pass. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Like a very bad storm. Yeah, I heard about that from my American friends. I hope all is okay next to the power. Hope nothing is like flying outside of your window. That would be bad. Let me just send her a message on Instagram as well in case she doesn't check her WhatsApp. Yeah? I'm European, so we are just like chilling here. So yeah, I wouldn't know. But yeah, I heard it from some American friends. I believe one of them lives in Vegas, so somewhere around that area maybe? Yeah, that makes sense. Midwest makes sense for Vegas. Northwest also, so just like everywhere. I'm gonna guess the one you heard of is different than what happened today. It was just a bit of rain that came by today, but most have hit our... Oh, that must have been a different one, yeah. But still annoying. But luckily, no danger. So, hope you're good over there, Joe, in St. Louis, I think. Hope you are good. Actually, Joe, Kostya and like Matt and Anushka, they were talking about like some Chess Dojo Invitational tournament in St. Louis potentially. So that could be interesting for you as well, maybe. You're just chilling in the dark. Don't have any candles or something. Oh, oh. Maybe one of those ring lights to get some lighting for the videos. Yeah, yeah, it's really fun, the idea. I'm not sure how far they are with like creating it at all, but it was a very fun idea. Going back to the game here, yeah, you're just gonna go for a long think here. There's a lot to calculate, by the way. A lot to calculate. I think taking is the most natural. You could push. You could try to push d. No, d5 is horrible. You can go king f3, which I thought. You can go h3. No. Then you just respond. So I think push, takes, or king f3 are the only moves. Let's just put those in. And then we can try to calculate them one by one if Anushka's not here yet. Actually, we gotta move. Okay, king f3, the move that I would have done. That is pretty good, I think. Although I'm not the greatest endgame player. Maybe it's not a good sign. I have to get going though. Thanks for covering the rest of the game. Yeah, no problem, Joe. Have a good one. Hope you're good over there. Yeah, I have no clue where Anushka could be reachable, but that's okay. She doesn't need to be interviewed, of course. So. Okay, let's start calculating King of 3. So I thought take. Let's say h5, h3 would be pretty much winning for us. Or we don't even have to go h3 yet. We can also do something else. Because only after h4 or bishop d6. Well, bishop d6 we could also go bishop d5. Then we have to go h3. We could also go bishop d5 now. It's taking control of this diagonal. Or we can start walking our king around somewhere. Maybe trying to walk it in here or walking it around to the h-file. All possible. Or we could go d5, trying to exchange the last pawn and then hunt the pawns after that. And if you take, we just dominate your king. And if you don't take, let's say you push. And I mean, at least we are the only ones that should be winning, although this should be a draw. Or losing actually, because they get in break. No, we go back in time, surely, right? I don't know. But we can go hunt the pawn. And there should be a way to zook around the opponents here, surely. Like this, for example. And he cannot protect both these diagonals at the same time. He's gonna or move the king, but then we move the king in. Or move the king across to here. So yeah, this should be winning. But of course, he doesn't have to capture everything here. You can also just, play like bishop g5. And what are we gonna do? I guess we could trade everything over here. Put a bishop here. Try to push. I don't know. Try to... I don't know. I'm not a great endgame player. Damn, you could clean the camera views up. Oh yes, thank you for pointing that out. I completely forgot about that. Which one is actually better? Loki, the one from Anushka might be better, yeah? Sorry guys, I I kinda messed up. I kinda misclicked and deleted the scene potentially. One sec. May have done that. Yeah, I may have messed that up. Just give me a second here. 1 second. Oopsie doopsie. Let me just make this normal again. And Anushka can such that she can join the call now. So this is like the worst timing ever. But okay, it happens. It happens. Let me just put in a camera for you guys so you can see me again. That's a bit big. There we go. I'll just leave the times and everything for now. Let me just let Anushka know. Okay, that was. Where is Anushka? I have no clue. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I know. You guys didn't see it. I kind of just deleted the scene, so you know people were not able to see much for a second. Let me just put that right back. It's gonna be. Oh, oops. That is that. I should not show that. 1 sec, guys. Sorry. Actually, no. This is too much. Let's just do this after the stream. I'll just do it like this. This is completely fine. Looks a bit less good, but it's okay. Okay, let's go here. Create this. You could also put the video feedback. Let's go here. 1 sec, guys. There we go. Oh, where did it go? Hello? I just make it again. 1 sec. Okay. Now it's gone again. What is this? Man, this software is so annoying sometimes. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. We got it back. Let me just crop this. Good enough. I'm gonna get Anushka on the stream now, so I should make my camera a bit smaller so she can fit in next to me. Let me see here. I first have to do this. There we go. Here. Yep. that out. Okay, calling Anushka now. Should be joining us any second here. Oh, oops, sorry. My bad. Turn up engine. That happens when you create a new scene. That is my bad. Small spoiler there. Small spoiler. Yeah. Oopsie doopsie. Hello, Anushka? 1 second. Drag that to the side here. Anushka, you hear me? It's not there. Oh, there we go. Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Can you?
my
That's the
camera.
more important question. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Just pull you up on the stream here.
This is the best I'm gonna be able to do. So.
This is good. This is good. Don't worry.
Okay.
Let me just put you right on screen for everyone. Yeah, Joe's power cut out because of some storm, so you asked me to continue commentating your game.
Okay. Damn, everyone's having tech issues this tournament.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
We also didn't get Kostya's camera, so this is actually your camera feed and then zoomed in on Kostya.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think there are different camera feeds for the 3 boards of the board.
Maybe they just made like a separate way of zooming in on each board, and I don't know.
Maybe. Say hi to Luca.
What's up?
Say hi to
Yo. Oh, hello, Luca. Good to see you.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
your
can-
game. Oh,
Yeah.
let me just put up here. 1 sec.
Are you streaming, by the way?
On the Chess Dojo channel.
I'm Test Dojo. Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to pull up the chat.
Somehow your camera disappears when I interact with the board. That is a bit weird.
Do you have any
fine.
of the applications full screen? Because that was always the problem for me. If
No.
anything is full screen. No? Really?
No. No. So I'll have to look at that for next time.
Okay.
But yeah, can you see the board?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And they'll just see you in between the analysis. So you started with d4 and just your usual Queen's Gambit. Then the opponent played this knight c6, which is a bit weird, right?
Yeah, I had no idea what to do against this. I've never looked at this before.
Yeah, usually you just get the queen into the center, you get the tempo and take the center. Well, first protect the pawn, then gain the tempo, gain the center, and you get a pretty nice game, from what
Okay.
I remember. But I haven't played Queen's Gambit in like 2 years, so yeah, knight f3
Okay.
is completely fine as well. Yeah, this is like the more solid way of playing it. Okay, opponent pretty aggressive with e5 here.
Yeah.
Great, looks fine to me.
I was stressed here. I have no idea what this is like. He was on some crack cocaine. I don't know like what was going on with his prep. It looked like he had prepped it. He played everything instantly.
Yeah, up to here, yeah, this looks like prep. I've seen stuff like this before. Not this exact variation, but yeah, I mean this has to be preparation, I'm sure.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
take knight c3, that's all very normal. Pinch your knight, that's normal. You're getting ready to castle. Take, Yeah, this is all very normal. And
Mhm.
essentially, this looks pretty good for you. You get these open lines towards the king, semi-open lines. You can get that like
Yeah.
bishop out of the way, and then start targeting the king. Well, it's
Yeah.
not. It takes quite a bit before they do something, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, this looks
I
pretty
was-
good. Yeah.
So did I make any mistakes in the opening?
From what I mean, we can turn on the engine if you want. I haven't.
No, it's okay. I mean, just
Okay.
from what you can tell,
From
maybe
what
he
I
just
can
didn't
tell,
count.
no. Just
Okay.
maybe a bit too passive of an approach. Yeah, but that's more like stylistic, you know. If you don't know what's happening, usually people try to, just play normal chess, not lose out of the opening right away. But if you try to, uh, go for the
That's what I was-
maximum, then probably taking and trying to occupy the entire center is the most ambitious way of playing.
Okay.
That
Yeah, I was
makes
trying
sense.
to just play solid chess and get an endgame.
Yeah,
That was my
exactly.
goal.
Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly what you did as well. You got a great position from it. Okay, this might be a bit of a waste of tempo then.
Okay. Yeah, I
Because
wasn't really expecting bishop f5.
yeah, I mean it's a slight improvement, right? Because he's not pinning the knight anymore, so the knight is not the bishop is not really useful because he's not gonna trade it. So the bishop on f5 is just slightly better. So you just you gave him a
Oh.
tempo to slightly improve his bishop.
Oh.
Yeah. But that's only an inaccuracy, so it's not a mistake. So yeah,
Okay.
you go to a4, which you could have done immediately, but that's totally fine. Offers the queen
Okay.
trades, take, trading queen. Yeah, looked fine to me. Yeah, looks good. I would have been inclined to put the bishop on this long diagonal. It's first of all controls with ready important c5 square, and sure, we're kicking away the knight, but it's already like misplaced, so helping him to get back is not really in our best interest. We could have also started with something like bishop f3, to, if it comes back, now we win a pawn.
I thought bishop
Maybe,
d2 was good because I thought I was forcing rook d5. Because otherwise the knight doesn't really have anywhere good to go. Like this is why I
bishop
traded queen.
d2, this is what you were aiming for, yeah?
Yeah.
That's possible, yeah. That is possible. And then after rook e5, maybe now bishop f3?
Yeah. Then I figured like I could probably kick it or something, but that's what I was
Yeah.
expecting. And then
Yeah, that doesn't work because then they just lose the piece.
yeah.
So this you can just take. So actually, yeah, that's good. That's good. Bishop d2. From a positional point of view, bishop a3 would have been good. But yeah, tactical, it's yeah, bishop d2. Nice.
Yeah, this was calculation. Otherwise I wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he goes there, take, and you don't go for the check, which is pretty good, I think. You always have this check, and by
Yeah.
checking, you kind of help him run away, right? So that's really good. Just bringing in the rook, putting pressure. Okay, he does the same thing anyways, but this one is a more useful move than this one, right? Yeah, this is good. Taking the center, blocking the
Or I
say
left
again.
the stream by the way. So if you
Say again.
I can't my Wi-Fi isn't working, so I can't see the screen. But if you could share the
Oh,
screen that along with
I
you.
thought you were watching. Oh, sorry. I
No,
thought you
I
were
was.
watching with.
Just stopped working, like literally just
Okay.
now.
Can you see like up to here? You saw?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Oh wait, the OBS. Okay, let me just put that aside. There we go.
Okay.
That's a bit easier. Tech issues. Okay, rook d1, putting pressure. And now f3, trying to occupy the center a bit, like taking space. And both of these pieces are really relying on all of these light squares. So if you get e4, you are really restricting all of these pieces. The only thing is your d4 pawn might get weak, but if you get bishop e3 and in time, then it should be completely fine, and you should be like dominating the position. I think you also thought this during the game, or not?
Yeah, I just wanted to restrict the pieces, and then My plan was always to go to bishop, like to ask for the bishop trade. I just wanted to trade everything because I knew the rook endgame would
Okay.
be really easy.
Yeah, rook
And
and
then
would be good with the damage structure and open files.
so on bishop d5 or bishop f5, I wanted to have e4 with tempo.
Yeah.
So
makes,
that was another
makes sense.
concrete reason why f3. But yeah, f3 just good, like stunt the knight.
Yeah, restrict this, and as you said, this comes with tempo now, so weak pieces are just getting super restricted by this one move. And a small detail, you are also creating some loop and the king closer to the center potentially. Like, it's just good.
Yeah. So if he goes knight d5 and yeah, rook e8 like he did, then I can always respond to whatever the second move is with
Yeah.
king f2.
Yeah, exactly, and that is a very good move. Just improving. Yeah. Okay, he went rook e8, bishop c4, trying to trade off this bishop, which is pretty good, I would say. Because your bishop cannot really target much. Yeah, trading it is really good. So trade, that is interesting.
I know. I was expecting rook takes. When he thought there, I
Yeah,
was so
I mean,
surprised.
rook takes is so much more natural.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought there was something like concretely wrong about e4, getting this bishop
I
here.
think
Maybe
he was just trying,
I don't know.
I mean, I think he just wanted to like make it like crazy. Like I think he wanted to have a bind on d5 and then like maybe put his rook on the f file because he ended up doing that. So I think he just wanted to make it like more interesting. I don't know.
This is like a losing attempt of making it interesting. This is like,
Yeah.
yeah, you're severely like it was already a weaker structure, and now it's like horrendously weak.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just
I
a
was
terrible move. But you know, it happens. Rook c2 is a good move, not allowing the opponent to infiltrate and getting ready to double up on this weak pawn. Okay, knight d5 doesn't do anything. You can kick it out. You could have also waited, because what is his threat really? If he goes knight c4, you can just take, and then you take this pawn after like rook c1 here. Like
I
I
was
think
going
this
to
is.
provoke him to go knight before.
Say again.
I was assuming that he wanted knight before, so I was like, okay, I'll get e4 with tempo, and then I'll take your knight because he's just been making really bad positional decisions the whole game.
That's fair.
So I was
But
like, I'll give him another.
if you look at it objectively, like if you compare this position, where this pawn is hanging and this pawn is protected, to the position where if he wanted knight before anyways, now this pawn is protected and this guy's hanging. So, you know, rook c1 would be a significant improvement from e4 in this
I mean, I don't think
line.
he would have gone knight before if I didn't go e4. Because
Right, but
why
if
would
he doesn't go knight before, now you can go e4 next move. Like how does he stop e4, you know?
No, he can't. It's just the same thing. I thought.
But I thought
No.
this was an improved version, because in the other line with e4, you all of a sudden have some problems after you trade with the e4 with the d4 pawn. I guess you can double and it should still be completely
Yeah,
winning,
it
but
feels like the same line. Because he can transpose. He can just attack the pawn afterwards and then take my pawn, and then I can take on c6.
after rook c1 here, you're never gonna get e4. So this pawn is always protected.
Oh.
And if he
Oh,
just
okay.
does nothing,
Sure, yeah, I get
and then after e4, now the difference is that you are in time to capture here first, and then you get two pawns.
Mhm.
And also a third one.
Yeah.
So yeah, I thought that was this could have been an improvement. E4 was unnecessary immediately, but it should still be winning. So yeah, he went
Okay.
back to e7. Makes sense to protect the pawn, which you are gonna target. So yeah, and I think soon we were gonna join the stream with our channel. Yeah, I think yeah, around here we joined, where you played rook c5. Just stopping any advancements and just controlling the fifth rank, which is really good. I think mainly to stop this.
Mm.
So yeah.
On that, I was playing d5. I don't know if that's good. Like, if he ever played e5, I was gonna play d5.
E5, D5. Yeah, that's good. That's good. And then this, and you are just absolutely dominating him. That is good. Yeah. So yeah, he went rook a6, and you went rook a4, which is nice because if he takes, then you just absolutely destroy him, completely winning. Yeah, he doesn't. You push a4, which was amazing, and then you push a5 as well. And now there is no way that you're gonna lose. Like, this
Yeah.
is a 2-result game, because his rook is never ever gonna leave unless you somehow allow him to, get the spawn.
Mhm.
So yeah, this one I also thought was a little, just like e4, a little unnecessary. I thought you could go rook d4 here and get the rook to b8.
Okay.
And
And
if he stops it, then you
when
can
you
probably put it on b7 and just slowly make like an improvement here. Try to get this pawn rolling slowly. And you can always play e5 later, there's no hurry. And he can never do this. And I thought maybe your idea was that, you could just do this now. Whereas if you go here, now this. But the rook is not here at the moment. So there's no need to, worry about that. So yeah, I thought that was good. And then you were going for g3, and I was like, okay, maybe she wants to, prevent this with like takes and f4. For example,
No, I
f3.
just wanted to put him in his rook home. Like I didn't want to give him any moves. I really wanted that to work, but I never got it. But that G3 was
Okay.
taking away F4. Anyway, it didn't work, but
Yeah, I was just trying to get the rook before and getting in quickly.
so, like,
Yeah.
try to win.
Yeah. And then you were kind of shuffling. You didn't want to give him the b file. He just shuffled. You walked up, and then you went for this idea with rook g1. Now you're giving him the b file, and at first I was like, okay, I wanted to keep the b file and make progress without this rook being active at all. But you're gonna create a pass pawn. You're gonna push it, and you're just gonna win. It's like a straightforward win from here, and that kind of happened. You just got your king through.
Yeah, this
Here
part
I
he
thought
definitely did really well.
h4 was just completely crushing.
Really, rook
Yeah.
f7 check king e4, and then rook
Say
f5,
again.
rook f3, and then
Y-
what
say
do I
again.
do? So rook f7 check,
Rook f7.
king e4, and then rook
King-
f5, rook f3.
Rook f3. Fake.
Oh yeah, sure. Or there, and
He's
then
gonna go here and push. He cannot push his own pawn when you have a rook.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. I don't know. When I was looking at it before, I was like, oh, I'll go to king e4 because that makes the most sense. But no, you can just take the pawn.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can just go take the pawn, go back and push, and he cannot promote the pawn with the rook in front of the pawn.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, this one also completely worked. If you took with the rook, of course, after take, check, you just win the game. So you took with the pawn, you just collected the pawn and just won the game.
And
so
his
yeah,
rook can't move.
yeah,
in the
yeah,
final
of course. It can never move. Like the second that you got a5 in, it was just doomed for the rest of the game.
So pretty.
Yeah, the only way that he could have ever done
Possible.
anything was, yeah, I guess earlier. I guess the only thing he could have done was to do something like this and try to get a pawn now. But then you just promote. So that was a great game by you, I would say. Yeah, some inaccuracies, but no mistakes, I would say. It's a good game. Yeah. Congrats. Of course.
Thank you. How's
You're
Kostya doing?
Kostya. He was in a pretty interesting position here. Let me just go to his game.
What?
No,
No,
that was yours.
doing?
Here we are. Kostya. So he's in an endgame with bishop pair versus knight and bishop, with equal pawns. But okay, he just traded off the knight for the bishop, which cannot be good. Oh, but yeah, it's the dark side bishop. So basically, what we think is that Kostya planned this endgame with the dark square bishop all the way back here.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Because if you skip forward, these are in dark squares.
Yeah.
He can keep this one on h3, which is a light square, and he's the only one ever gonna play for a win here.
Yeah.
And we analyze this and we think like, let's say, for example, I don't know, bishop d6, h3, maybe h5, d5, we thought, splitting off this last pawn. And I mean, we're just either gonna run the king here or here, and it's almost desperate for the opponent to hold it. That's what we thought. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Awesome, awesome. You wanna see the whole game or just this position?
I saw the beginning.
Okay.
He just did the same thing that he always does. You know, his opponent played like a QGD type thing.
Yeah.
Kostya started to play really dead kind of opening. Jules Massard gave him also a heads up on what to play.
Hey Matthew. Oh. Matthew, in your game, you forgot the 94 line that I gave you.
Yeah, I did. I barely looked at it.
Ah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Or now he'll learn for next time.
It gave you such a
I didn't think he would play B3 French, but turns out my gut instinct was right.
yeah.
Which is so random because he's never played it before.
Yeah, the line would give you such a nice position, and yours, the light square bishop got a bit stuck, you know?
What did I need to do? Just
Knight d4 after like hitting the queen, and then you get a tempo to get to f5 of the knight,
right.
and then you can get the knight, the bishop out with bishop d7, bishop c6.
Yeah.
And you did it with the other bishop. You did bishop e7, bishop f6.
Yeah. Because I wanted bishop d7, but I didn't. I thought it blocked me.
Yeah, you have to do it with the other bishop because the dark square bishop is not a problem, but the light square bishop is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understood this, but I couldn't see it. I thought bishop d7 was just wrong. Like, it didn't feel. I couldn't see the long-term plan, so I wanted bishop f6 just to nullify his dark square bishop.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. That's why.
End of
That's
like yeah.
Yeah, that's why with knight d4, knight f5, it makes more sense if you look at it that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all good.
Better than 94.
And then you just blundered the tactics somewhere, so yeah, unfortunate there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll get them next time. Don't worry. If you ever face French b3 again, you're gonna smoke them.
Well, I don't know. People will see that I played it and would probably assume that I learned the theory.
No, but right now you'll learn it.
Nah.
Oh yeah, I
And now you know. Now you know. And they don't know what you know. You know. So you're gonna win.
I'm gonna get to that.
Yeah. See ya. So
Okay.
say again.
No, nothing. I want to see like some of Kostya's game,
yeah.
but then I should probably go finish dinner because I have to go to the broadcast room at 9:15.
Yeah, of course. So here you went bishop b2, which we thought was a bit weird because we were looking at knight e2, knight f4, knight d3. We had actually a very fun idea here. Let's just do like some random moves, like this, for example. We had a cool idea, like usually in these positions, both sides. Well, queen. There's a bad example. Let's go here. Usually in these positions, both sides want to reroute the knights to these squares, right? c5 and c4. So I found this fun idea of bishop a4, voluntarily doubling our pawns here by taking with the pawn. And now we get our knight to c5, but they don't get their knight to c4 because of this b3 move.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, both pawns are like super good here. And we also target the a pawn afterwards. And this is like such a good position with these double pawns. But yeah, Kostya went for bishop e2. Then the knight landed on c4. Then it took a bit for him with some maneuvering. Bishop e1 looks weird, but the idea is to go f3, bishop f1, and then either e4 or g4.
Okay.
Which we looked at. Then he went for this move knight b1, which was also a bit weird. We were looking at knight d1. But knight b1, the idea is what he did, b3. And now after knight a3, which happened, yeah, we were just contesting this.
Can you go back to knight b1?
Yeah.
Can he take on b2? Or why can't he take on b2?
Take, take, take,
First.
take.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah. We were also looking at other lines to sacrifice the b2 pawn. Like for example, f3, h6, bishop f2. You like lose the support of this bishop, this knight. So now they can sacrifice,
Begin.
and win this. But then we saw a4.
Yes. Yes. I'll be here.
You good?
Sorry, it was the broadcast people. Sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. And here we thought a4 was interesting. We're down a pawn, but you know, we're putting pressure, and we should be able to win the pawn back and get a pretty nice position. Yeah, we looked at that. But yeah, knight b1, b3, straight, and here after rook takes, queen takes, it became very drawish. Like it's fully symmetrical, the structure, and yes, we have the bishop pair, but what are the bishops really doing? So yeah, he went for this a4 move, trying to provoke some weaknesses. Like if takes takes, now we have great winning chances. Because both bishops are already looking towards the pawn, whilst the knight and this bishop are kind of upside. Yeah, but that didn't happen. He went for b4 and closed the position. And now Kostya went for the idea that we looked at earlier with f3 and bishop f2. But first he went for g4, maybe trying to get bishop g3 and bishop e5, which he did. Third great. And now, if you can see, he's already maybe planning to get the bishop versus bishop endgame. Slide the king back to get the queen across and in. And yeah, here he traded the queens and tried to walk the king up. But yeah, obviously that's not possible now because the pawn and the bishop stop him from getting in. Try to trade off the knight for the bishop, which would be draw with opposite color bishop. And then we got to the current position after some trades, where we get into this endgame with dark square bishops, but we have the target, and they don't after like either h3 or bishop e5 here. Yeah, that's the game so far.
It seems like it worked out kind of how Kostya wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a bit scared before the game to get into a very symmetrical structure, and you know, going into a draw. So seems like he's navigated that pretty well. We worked on a bunch of lines in the morning, but sadly we got none of them on the board. But yeah, seems like he held his own. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. I should probably go eat.
Yeah, of course.
But thank you for streaming the game or like looking at the game.
Tomorrow,
yeah.
I'm commentating for you, right?
Oh, you are? Is it Sam tomorrow?
I believe so.
Hmm.
Yes. Another
Okay,
win,
cool.
hopefully. Yes.
We'll see. Yes.
Okay. You have a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow then.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Bye bye. Okay, that was Anushka, guys. He had a nice win, as you guys saw. Going back to the game of Kostya. Let's go to the current position here. Bishop b6 on the board. Let's see what you guys have been saying. It works. Congrats on the win, Anushka. Why did black offer the queen trade there? That's a bit weird. Well, I guess the opponent was not per se trying to trade the queens, but more taking the c file, and he thought he could get it. He could secure the draw if the queen trade happens. And he has a worse endgame, but you know it should be drawn objectively. Thank you for the follow. Meanwhile, oh, my camera's on top of the follow notification. Sorry. Let me just put that right back up there. Bit smaller maybe. So yeah. Plato, thank you for the follow. Rook c1, knight e7. That must have been a minute ago. What's happening in Coach's game? You're looking at it. Yeah, I was just talking with Anushka there about her game. So the opponent is obviously targeting our h pawn. I'm either considering going for a king and pawn endgame, or which I wouldn't go for, but it's an option, or just h3 and keeping the pawn, which is obviously what I would go for. And then next up, something like d5. But all we have to worry about is something like king c6. So now we don't have this d5 move anymore. Hmm. Yeah, I think we can. No, we have to trade the pawns and then we can trade the bishops probably. How does this work? Oh no, we're for sure on time, actually. Yeah. So we could trade the bishops here, or we could push the pawn and keep the bishops on, I think. Hmm. What do you guys think about this endgame? How would you play this? Would you go bishop e5 or h3? Because definitely our bishops should be better than theirs. But I think the king and pawn endgame is still winning, from what I can tell. What do you guys think? Kostya winning? I think he is. I think he is. If I would have to guess. Well, not guess. I evaluated it. I think he's winning. I think so. I think the most difficult would be if he keeps the bishops on the board and we cannot get here. But I mean, long term, this should be just be winning if we, try to get in like this. And if he stops us, oh, actually, we can just push here. We can just push. He cannot avoid the trade. This should be winning. He has to control this diagonal. Here we can already walk in. And we're just gonna trade the bishops and win the pawns and win. So I think Kostya is winning. Oh, he played h3 though. He didn't go for bishop e5, so I might have missed something. I'm not the greatest at 10 games, as I've already said. He goes for h3. Perfectly fine move. That was the second option for me. Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's what Kostya is doing. He's not giving the opponents any easy decisions, and he can always play bishop e5 later. And the opponent is down to under a minute, so Kostya has 15 minutes. and there's no time control. So the opponent is almost playing on increments here. He goes for bishop g3, stopping the pawn from pushing, even though that's never gonna be Kostya's idea. I really think we can go for bishop e5. D5 should actually be a better move to stop king d6 or king d6. I think d5 here is going to be like the knockout blow almost. And if we trade, there's almost no way for him to stop us from winning this pawn. And with the king close to this queen side, there is no way that we lose the race to this pawn with these two. There's no way. Yeah, I think d5 is almost the automatic move. And it should just be winning, in my eyes. And if you don't take, then we're just gonna take, and we're still gonna run across. And there's little you can do about it. Unless you now are maybe quick enough. I don't know. You have to trade. No, there's no way that you're quick enough. He made a move. Okay, he just went for bishop f6. Might be pointing at h4, but he's never gonna play h4 because then h5 and they have a target. Opponent down to seconds over here, so he's really playing on increment now. Let's pull up the video feed. Oh, it is a bit cropped a bit wrong. Sorry. Let's turn that back. We can also make it a bit bigger. We don't have to follow this box per se. Let's do a close-up on the players. There we go. So yeah. Okay, opponent made a move. Bishop e1. Maybe trying to go to c3, but now for sure we go d5, right? Unless Kostya thinks that this is a draw. I think this like has to be played. So I'll do this immediately. No, then this comes in. No, I know we like this losing this tempo here. I know. I would have gone d5 immediately. I know. Let's see what Kostya does though. Meanwhile, I'm just snacking over here. Kostya's thinking here. He's calculating the end games. Probably the king and pawn end games, most likely. Yeah, d5. It has to be the move, right? Nope. Apparently not. He is just gonna walk his king across first. I guess not playing d5 at all. Mm, 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 mm. Hmm. Yep. That looks pretty winning. King c6, king c4, and there's not really a way to stop bishop d8, winning the pawn. This might be time to resign. Opponent runs out of time on the GTT boards. But maybe it's just a visual glitch. Yeah. This might be completely winning. I don't see a way for the opponent to stop this. And his time already ran out, so it's probably just the GTT boards being weird. Yeah. Kostya made a move. I think we lost it. Okay, he got the time back. Okay. Okay, opponent just lets Kostya walk into b5. So king b5, maybe his idea is to walk forward and, go grab this pawn. But we just take here. So he kinda has to go here, but then bishop e6, bishop d8, bishop b8, and now we're getting in. And that seems to be forced. So yeah, he has to go here to keep the pawn. Bishop e5. If you trade, of course, I'm just completely winning because I'm just gonna take and push. So if you go here, I obviously take. So this is forced. Bishop b8, and you have to stop this. So like let's say like h5. You cannot even go here to contest this because then there's just check. So yeah, there's nothing you can do. You kind of have to shuffle and just trade and lose. Like it just lost. And you're never gonna win the race, like ever. And yeah, it's just completely winning. Okay, he goes bishop g3. So then after king b5, bishop to c7. And now bishop e5, and we just transpose, and it's the exact same thing, right? Like, it doesn't matter. We just go king b5 here, and we're winning. I'm sure. Like, I'm 99% sure. Yeah, Kostya did it. Kostya did it. That is insane. From such a drawish position, he just outplayed him. Mm. 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 I think we're about to see a resignation, guys. Let me just adjust this a little bit. Okay, we got the move from Kostya. It has to be bishop e5, right? Surely nothing else. Hmm? Excuse me, what? Oh. Oh! This is disgusting! Kostya is zugzwanging his opponents. He's gonna go back. If the bishop moves, you trade and you win. If the bishop moves here, you win. If the bishop moves off of the diagonal anywhere, you win the pawn. So he has to push where you just win the pawn and you're just gonna win the game. Or you have to push where you win a pawn and he has to push again or move the king. After which, if the king moves anywhere, anytime, you just trade and you just win. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Kostya, he doesn't just want to win. He wants to win in style. That is disgusting. Ooh, the Zugzwang. Why is he thinking though? Why is he not just going straight back? Why is Kostya thinking? Am I missing something? Surely I'm not missing something, right? It has to be winning. King e8. Sorry. And let me just go to the board. King e8. But then bishop e5? And we just got the same idea? I guess? Yeah, king e8 is a nice try, but I think it's just game over. No matter what. Yeah, he just goes back. So king e8, bishop e5, bishop d8, bishop b8. Let's say king d7, bishop a7. Literally any move, you're just gonna go bishop b6, straight and take, or bishop b6 and take and take. There's nothing to do. Mm. Mm. This is also possible. Okay, he goes here, but we can just trade. Okay. I mean, I don't know why Kostya's hesitant to trade the bishops here. Like, am I missing? It's not over? Like, what am I missing after bishop e5 though? Tell me. Yeah, there's increment, But what am I missing? Bishop e5 and it's just game over, no? Hmm? Hmm. I forgot. Yeah, we're just winning a pawn. And then probably gonna win another pawn. Or just run the pawn up. I mean, maybe this is what Kostya's scared about, but I mean, we're just gonna bring our like bishop around, and you know, he's gonna win another pawn. Like, I'm so confused as to why Kostya's thinking. Hmm. 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 Yeah, I already timed him out earlier. I was just looking at the board, so I didn't see his message. But yeah, that's bannable. My first ban on the Chess Dojo channel. Let's go. Black has counterplay? Where's Black's counterplay? Okay, he does go for it. Thank God, finally. I'm just so confused why he didn't go for it all the way, like, here, for example. Like, the whole time it was a winning idea, I think. I mean, it should be resignation, no? Oh, move on the board. Yeah. Now we get in. And even this doesn't work because we protect it. Like, I don't see any, like, counterplay. He doesn't even have to get the bishops off the board. He can just do it with the bishop's on, no? Like, he can just take these pawns with the bishop's on and he just wins. Like, he's just gonna push his pawns forward. Or I'm just completely missing something. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, in classical even, I would blitz out bishop b8 after like 10 seconds. I don't know. Like, we already looked at this. King c6 and king takes d4 both don't work. So yeah, king takes c5, king c6 doesn't work because we can just take the b4 pawn. And some might say like, okay, but you know, what if the bishop stays on this diagonal? Well, then they're not traded, so you can just take with the bishop. And there's no king c6. And if you're straight king c6, you can just push the pawn, grab the other two pawns, and you just win the game. Like, I'm just so confused as to why Kostya's thinking here. Okay, he took the pawn. And this is actually more tricky. Why do you not just go bishop b8, bishop a7, bishop b6, take stakes? Or trade and then take stakes? Now it's a bit more tricky. Because now you don't get this pawn. I'm so confused by this endgame. Just get your bishop to c5? Yeah, you can also get the bishop to c5, that's not about the line. I mean, I'm so confused by Kostya's technique here. Like, like, does anyone in the chat please tell me why does this not work? Why did bishop b8 not just win the game on the spot instead of king takes? Like, I am so confused as to why this doesn't work. And I don't want to turn on the engine. Because that would spoil, like, everything. Oh, they just traded the... No, they didn't. Okay. I was like, what? I'm so confused. Yeah, this is not quite over. I'm so confused. Yeah, I have no clue. I mean, easily trolls. That's a statement right there. I don't know about an easy draw, but there is a possibility that could become a draw. Although you do have to leave the diagonal or move the king, which would move it away and allow the king to come in. I think you have to leave the diagonal. After which you can push it one further. And now it's Zugzwang. Oh no, you can take here. Never mind, it's not Zugzwang. You can take here. And now it's a draw, I guess. Man, what? Why did Kostya not just go bishop b8? I saw bishop b8 in like 2 seconds. Man. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna trust Kostya. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. The opponent is also low on time. And there's resignation. Resignation after king d5. I'm genuinely like so confused as to what just happened. I guess you can go here and then just push. Ah, you can just go king b8. Ah, okay. Notice. But again, why make it so difficult? No, it's over. It's over. The king b8, it's over. If the king b8, it's super over. But still, why would Kostya make it so difficult for himself? Yeah, big win, big win. We needed this. Hello, Kostya.
Hello. Hello.
Welcome to the stream. How are you feeling about the game?
Yes, I'm very happy. I was just watching
Yeah.
the end, so I'm happy to explain the finish.
Yeah. You watched me talk about why did you not play bishop b8?
Yeah. Well, there's a 15-minute delay, so I'm just watching the last few minutes. I don't want to spoil the results for
Yes,
everyone.
of
But
course.
yeah, no, I thought Bishop B8 also winning, but I thought what I did is winning as well. And I actually just
Okay,
thought my way was easier because he can't keep the king out. And with Bishop B8, okay, maybe I allow, like when I go Bishop A7, I allow him to go like King D6, King D5. I mean, it's probably winning too, but I thought my way doesn't allow his king in.
Wait, I'll stream my screen for you so you can see what I'm looking at.
Yeah, so Bishop B8, Bishop D8. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bishop B8, Bishop D8, Bishop A7.
And King D6.
King D6, Bishop B6.
Yeah, Bishop, let's say, I don't know, F6. No, not F6. Trade, of course. Never trade.
Yeah, okay. Take.
Oh, wait. Trade? Wait, what was trade?
Or we can take with the king, actually. Like, why not take with the king?
Wait, Bishop E6, trade and King D5, no?
Trade and King D5, and then take. Are we not in
I don't think King B4 is a good move. I mean, I was looking for a win here, but I didn't see one.
Wait, he's in time this time.
Yeah.
Oh no, but do you not?
Maybe it's winning somehow, but yeah, I thought my way's easier. King C3.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't see King B8. I forgot that you can go King B8 instead of King A8 at the end.
Yeah, or even if I do nothing, whenever he goes King B5, I have King B7.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I just saw that my king is not getting trapped, and that's why he resigned, because he saw as well. So it's just there's Zug's one. I mean, I assume it's winning. We can check with engine, but
we can check.
Yeah. No, I mean it's very tough game.
Bishop B8.
I mean, this is good too.
Oh, but you have to be careful. You cannot do that. You have to go back to E5.
So then the only way is to just take the pawn. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. So don't listen to me about that games. But yeah, very interesting. Oh, I'll turn off the engine again. Very interesting game. So Bishop G5, Bishop G4. I mean.
Yeah, I didn't look at this too much actually, other than actually, well, what we got in the game, I basically I saw one game where Magnus beat Bukesh in this structure. With a very similar setup. He went E3, Bishop D2, and then Bishop E2 as well. So I was just trying to kind of model this game. But I didn't really understand the position, to be honest.
Okay. So here, I thought that I found like a brilliant idea. With the idea of rerouting the knight, of course, to D3, where it's, it's the best square for the knight. And then with the idea, if they, go like D5, for example, and just like some moves to illustrate, and they try to reroute the knight themselves, I thought we could go Bishop B4. And then get double pawns so that we control the key squares. I thought that this was very interesting.
Yeah, very possible. I mean, it doesn't seem very forced, but
no, of course not. Of course, that was just an idea of how to play possibly. Yeah, that's why I thought Bishop E2. Of course, the idea is to improve the bishop onto this diagonal, but then you lose this idea of rerouting the knight.
Yeah. No, I really wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't have a lot of time to discuss the game just because I think the
Oh, you
dinner
have
might be
to.
ending at some point.
Oh yeah, of course.
Um,
We can quickly go through it. Don't worry. Yeah, you
yeah.
got this set
No,
up.
I just wanted to say, I mean, my game plan was just to play very, very solid, very quiet, and
Yeah.
that was kind of it. Like I don't think I was better basically until towards the end. I'm not even sure where
Yeah.
he went wrong. The bishop endgame might be losing. It'd be interesting to
Yeah, we
to
thought it
check.
was really nice. We thought already here you were planning to get a bishop versus bishop endgame.
Already here. Wait.
Yeah, that's what we thought. But you were planning
Oh,
here to
sorry.
get
Yes.
into yeah, to get no, not all the way back there. Here to get into the bishop endgame. And where you have the targets and they don't. That was the idea that we thought you were going for.
Yeah, exactly. Because this a5 is just a long-term weakness, and
Yeah.
I've definitely lost the similar endgames before, like same color bishop, where one
You had
side is just a
flip.
tiny bit better, and it's so unpleasant to defend.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, this was really nice, and then this e4 move was great as well. And I was a bit surprised by d takes. I thought he was gonna go like c takes. So this was a bit better. It looks a bit better, and then maybe
I guess he wanted the d5 square. I think his idea was on DEFE knight d6. If I go e5, for example, which looks tempting,
Yeah, I also
then he has knight e8, and then eventually to c7 and d5.
Ah, that's nice. That's nice.
So I think that was his point. And then if the knight gets to d5, I don't think I can win ever.
Yeah, you would have to put the king here, trade it off, and then maybe, but they also have a target this time.
Yeah, d4 is weak, exactly.
Yeah, so it should be its role. Yeah. Yeah, I was just we were maybe looking at something like this and allowing the queen in, but it's risky, of course. Oh, with of course bishop here. Something like this.
Yeah.
It's super risky. So.
Yeah, I just couldn't find anything. This just looked super unclear to me,
Yeah.
and I could easily lose.
One thing saw was this, and check, and maybe there's something here. The king is in a bit of a mating net, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Bishop e5.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you would have to go like here, but then check.
I need 2 minutes now.
You need to go?
No, sorry. I was just telling. I'll join them in a sec.
Okay.
But no, I was trying to make this work, but just it just felt super unclear. Like there's so many options, and
yeah, of course.
ultimately, I thought, okay, I'm not really risking in the end game, so let's just stick to the game plan, keep it simple.
Yeah, I would not have been comfortable myself to play this. Like there that much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was kind of lamenting like not putting the king on h3 earlier, but I don't know if it would make a difference.
What do you mean on h3?
Like when I play king f1, maybe I could go king h3, to try to avoid all this counterplay, but
oh, yeah, I looked at this as well, but I thought it was a bit like it seemed a bit risky.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're getting closer to these pieces, the queen can like slide over, and getting a bit uncomfortable, you know?
Yeah, it's hard to judge.
Yeah.
But okay, probably one way or another we would get this this endgame, because like we can both put our queens on the g file, and then we'd probably have to trade.
Yeah, I thought he would go queen g6 to avoid the queen trade here. Did you look
queen
at this?
c6? Yeah, I was expecting. Yeah, and then
then if stakes are stakes.
I forget exactly what I was thinking. Yeah. I think I would take maybe check and take on d6, and try to play that. And then bishop b5, yeah, and like queen a8. I don't know.
Check.
Sorry, queen g8, king d7, and take on d6.
Yeah.
And play queen and bishop versus queen and bishop. I mean, I don't know if,
Yeah, no.
I don't know if it's winning, but at least my queen gets in, so.
I mean,
not bishop.
If anyone is playing for a win, it's you, so.
Yeah, I mean, still, maybe he goes queen takes h2, and I have to make a draw somehow, I don't know. But it's very scary. Bishop b5 check is there.
You would have to go here. I mean, isn't this just losing?
Yeah, it looks
Because if
pretty
he
bad.
goes here, it's like you lose the queen, and if you go here, you're just getting mated.
Yeah, it looks. Yeah, so I didn't see all the way through, but it looks very dangerous.
Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, overall, very solid game. Then outplayed him in the end game, and with the time, of course, some clock pressure. So yeah, pretty
Yeah,
solid win,
yeah.
I would say.
No, I'm very happy with this one. I mean, it's always nice to win without like allowing chances. You know, just playing for two results. Maybe it would have been a draw, and then I would feel like, okay, at least I pushed. But yeah.
Yeah. But hopefully we're gonna get an up pairing now. That would be nice. We have played
I
so many.
imagine we would.
Yeah, we have played so many lower rated now. Surely. But
Yeah.
okay, you have a good time with the dinner and the people.
Cool. Thank you, Sam. Will do.
Yes, of course.
And yeah, thank you again for covering these rounds.
Yeah. Next round I won't, sadly, right? I think I'm going for Anushka and Mats by then.
Ah, cool. So people should go follow you on your channel.
Yeah, I'll let them know.
Yeah, feel free to shout yourself out. And yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Hopefully it was fun.
Okay, have a good one.
Thank you. Good night.
Of course, good night. That was Kostya, everyone, talking about the game. Yeah, big win. This is really what we needed to get a good pairing for the first time in the tournament. Do you guys have any questions left about the game, or are we ready to end here? I still haven't figured out how to rate, by the way. I have no clue at all. Like, zero clue. No, maybe here. There's a help page. What if I type in rate? Or maybe in chat someone knows. Okay, /rate didn't work though. Maybe I just have to do it. Didn't seem to work. Let me just see who's online. 1 sec. I'll give it a shot. That's rate. Ritual. Yeah, it doesn't. So maybe as a mod I'm not like I don't have the power to do so. I don't know. I guess as a mod it's not enough. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think I'll just end the stream there. You guys as Kostya said can follow me on I can give shoutouts. Follow me on Twitch if you want. Not as active anymore, but yeah, you guys can follow me. I do some chess and some calculation stuff, and yeah, I looked at it, but I couldn't find it. I couldn't find the rate option. But yeah. Right, I tried it, Harry, but for some reason it doesn't work. So maybe I just don't have the power to as a mod. I'm not sure. But yeah. I mean, I can just tell you guys who I would go to so you guys can manually rate, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. I don't see the option. Very interesting. How to rate as a mod on Twitch. Yeah, it says /rate, but that doesn't work. So I guess that's it, guys. I guess that's it. Yeah, unfortunate. But you guys can go check out this streamer. He's a good chess streamer, friend of the channel, friend of Chess Dojo. And yeah, I think I'll just end the stream, and I won't be here tomorrow for the round, but I'll be there for the fellow dojo members who are playing Anushka, who we had on the stream earlier, and Matthew, aka Houseline. So maybe see you guys there. Of course, you're welcome, Gunner. And yeah, have a good one, guys. See ya.